You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop, boop, boop. What's happening, guys? All right. We are now on the official show. How's everybody doing out there? Yeah, we nice and cozy. People already, pre-gaming, and now we're in for the main show and for the main drinks. Is that what's happening? What's happening, guys? Who's out there? All right, Jason, what's going on? Eric, how you guys doing? All right, we got Mr. Hummingbird back. So glad to see yeah, I know it's been a long time coming. I know he's been a highly requested guest. So yeah, finally get to talk to him. Should be a good conversation. Talk about all kinds of stuff. What's going on, Niner fan? Yo, what's up, Nick? It's hanging pretty good. Said chilling. Miss Stewart, how you doing? All right, we got Ryan, we got Nick, Symfinity. What's up? Worlds colliding. That's what it's all about, man. It's what the Vodka stream's all about. Now the sun's finally going down. I know, like with the first little show, it was like, I'm just gonna use the natural sunlight. Like I said, it's a pregame show, and then now the stream is open, even though you can't really see. See now my light's like reflecting off that. Hold on a sec. No, go that way. There you go. So I kind of angled try to angle the camera just a little bit different, a little closer, because I know you guys are saying I was a little too far apart, but a little too far from the camera. But see what's going on. I don't really have an NFL team, to be honest. I really don't. I mean, I like to play fantasy football, and I like to watch football, but I don't really have a team. I try to be a Niner fan, but because I'm a Giants fan when it comes to baseball. But no, what's going on, Jason? How you doing? Thank you for joining, sir. We got Slofter, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, round 2, baby. That's right. All right. So let's see, Mr. Will Diesel, how you doing? Hey, you're the man. What are you talking about? I don't know why your membership went away. That was a little weird. And speaking of the memberships, yeah, like I posted like an in-between video. It was supposed to be a members only video, but I accidentally made it public. My bad. So some of you guys saw a member only video. So it's not like it was anything. It was just me like coming back from the store and whatnot. Because I needed to get some booze, which got some Buffalo Trace right here. It's not even open yet. So that's right. I was feeling like a little bit of bourbon tonight. I wasn't feeling full on. I got vodka right there, but I'm like, I think it's time to, I just felt like, there it is. Felt like a little bit of bourbon tonight. I'm usually, you guys know me, I'm usually a bullet bourbon guy, but for some reason they didn't have, and I still don't. I even said this on the video. I'm not sure. Like I forgot exactly what the difference is between the red label and the green label, and I just know like there is a different flavor to it. I know it's probably just the way that it's made or whatever. But yeah, I didn't. They didn't have like that particular brand, the red label, I guess you could say. So I was like, you know what? Let me do some Buffalo Trace. So cheers, guys. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, kind of a long week. Yo, what's going on there, Mr. Thon? Oh, thank you. Yeah, put me in, coach. Give me a chance. But yeah, thank you guys for. Hey, there's Jess. How you doing? Oh yeah. We'll talk. We'll probably be talking about that, of course. The Green Lantern news today. I was actually going to bring that up right now before Robert comes in here. It's like, yeah, I don't know. What did you guys think about Finn Whit? What is it? Whitrock? Yeah. Trying to remember his last name, but I know it's kind of funny because a lot of people wanted him for Dick Grayson. They wanted him as Nightwing, and I think he even leaned into it when people were fan casting because he does look like he could play a Nightwing. And I mean, he's been in various things. I think the main thing that people see him in is seen him in, I should say, is American Horror Story. So. Yeah, so and I've seen him in a couple of those. I haven't seen all the seasons of American Horror Story, but I know I've seen Freak Show, and he was part of that. I mean, he seems like he's going to be decent. I don't know. I know a lot of people are looking at him and going like, he doesn't really scream Guy Gardner, but you know, somebody saw something in him, and hopefully, I don't know, like how much of the look they're going to try to give him. So that's going to be very interesting to see. Oops, let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. All right, sorry about that. I was just trying to bring in. Why is that not? Hold on a sec. Sorry about this, guys. Just try to. No, that's something different. All right, never mind with that. Jeez, technology, you gotta love it. Sometimes technology just doesn't work. Let me see. Okay. Oh, it's not downloaded yet. What the hell? Okay. All right. Sorry. Just bringing up something on my email right here. So, yeah, a lot of people, like when I had Sam Wynn on, they were screaming like, "Yeah, let's get her for Jessica Cruz. Why not?" She'd be a good Jessica Cruz for Green Lantern. Why not? I mean, and they're supposed to be casting for that anyways, right? I mean, part of the show is like it's going to be jumping all over the place, like different times and everything. I just wonder what's going to be happening with Green Lantern Corps. You know, what's going to be happening with that? Maybe we'll get some word on that. All right, guys, let's bring in my guest. Has joined the stream. Let's bring in my guest right now. Let's see here. Did that download? See, something weird's going on. I don't know what the heck. I was trying to get one of the fan videos, and for some reason it's not working, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyways, guys, without further ado, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. How's it going,
No worries. Sir? How's it going? Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem, man. It's been a long time coming. I know a lot of people have been requesting you, and I think you've even made it in the live chat a couple of times, and I was like, yeah, we'll get him in here. We'll get him into the Vodka stream. We'll get him, and
your Vodka stream is aptly named. That's exactly I like to any stream that has liquor involved in any way, shape, or form.
Although I must say,
I have to say right now, I'm not drinking any alcohol because I'm doing a midnight metal show.
Oh, that's right. You do that. That's right.
Yeah. So I was saving it, but I would be drinking whiskey. Jameson.
Okay. There you go. Good choice. Well, cheers anyways, even though you're drinking water.
I'm drinking Pellegrino.
Pellegrino. There you go. Like I said, I mean, I don't discriminate on any kind of drink. You know, it's kind of funny because I've mentioned this before. Now that I get, you know, when I get like certain actors or some people within the business, I kind of go, all right, hey, yeah, it's like kind of like a relaxed, you know, have a drink, let's have a discussion.
Oh yeah,
you don't have to drink. You don't have to drink. It's fine. I mean, because there's been some times where I actually had a response go, well, so and so is sober. I went, oh, I was like,
right.
Yeah, like, well, it's not necessarily that. They could be just chilling. It's just the atmosphere. That's
absolutely. You know, it's Friday night. It's time to chill. It's time to just hang out and have a conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we're gonna definitely have. Yeah, we got lots to talk about. But of course, you know, anytime like a new guest shows up, I always try to get to know them. And of course, you know, everybody's familiar with you and all you've done, but you've been kind of in this business for a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah. I've sort of been a jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of different things. I mean, my goal was always to make movies, but I didn't, you know, when you come to California, I didn't have any connections to the movie business, not really. Yeah. And, you know, you just start working. And I realized that in the entertainment business, work begets work. If people like working with you and you do a good job, you kind of get swept along, you know, and people kind of take you with them. And it was interesting. That's kind of what happened to me. People I knew, and, you know, you have to also make work. Work begets work. And so the first job I ever had I was the art department production assistant on Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3.
Yes.
And with Viggo Mortensen was in it.
I remember.
And it was just, it was the most, like, I had to pinch myself. It was like the hardest job ever. I was working 6 days a week, 20-hour days. It was brutal, but I was having the best time ever. I mean, I was on the set of a horror movie. And since we're in the art department, I was building sets, or I was doing, you know, grunt work too. Just if the art department needed like water and soda brought to the location, because we built a gas station, then we built a farmhouse behind Magic Mountain in the hills. So, you know, I had to always go get paint or water, whatever needed to be gotten. That was my job, and I loved every minute of it. And then sometimes, they'd have like, hey, can you go build that thing over there, or can you help us get bones and bring bones out to the set? Fake foam bones. I'm like, yeah, man, whatever you want me to do,
whatever you
it's
need.
the greatest thing ever. Loved it.
See, I mean, and then you just got to put that grind in too. I mean, you got to put those hours in to try to, progress through. And I mean, that's basically what it is right there. It's nothing's going to be instant when it comes to this business. That's for sure. And like you said, sometimes you got to create your own work, which is awesome too. But then of course, it can be a little discouraging when you're trying to do that stuff. You're pitching it here and there. And I think when it comes to today's medium, it's like now you can just really just create your own shit and be like, hey, let's do this, as opposed to, well, I got this idea. Let me go pitch it to a guy in a suit who doesn't know shit about this, and let's see what happens. I mean, that's what's cool today.
Yeah, and that still happens. I mean, you're still at the mercy of pitching projects and getting people to sign off, and it's hard. I've always preferred. What's frustrating is I've never had any real huge breakthrough commercial success, but I've really loved what I've done.
Yeah.
So I've always had a good time doing it. And I've got to work on, I was in New Zealand for a couple of years working on doing the documentaries for the extended versions of Lord of the Rings.
There you go.
And it was amazing. It's like, and I love that. It was fantastic. And then you just never know where things are going to take you. And even in like I don't know if you've ever seen the movie A Christmas Story.
Yes.
But I work with Peter Billingsley. Peter Billings and I edited a film together, and then after we were done, we basically started our own production company, and we were doing commercials and music videos. We just sort of made stuff up, and we started working, and again, we would get these really interesting jobs and go out and make videos and whatever anybody needed, and it was fun. And then you get more clients. I mean, we could have ended up running an advertising agency, but we wanted to, work on movies. So but yeah, it was great. I mean, and I think to this day, it's still the same thing. You keep doing work and more things happen. Like my latest project, I was the animatic editor for a Netflix anime show called Dota Dragon's Blood that dropped last month.
Oh, wow.
And so that was something I worked on that for 2 years. And then it comes out and people are like, when did you work on this? And I'm like, well, I've been working on it for the last 2 years. Well, I didn't know you were working on that. And it's like, well, I don't roll out my resume. I'm just on YouTube every day. So people think, well, when did you work on these things? And I'm like, well, you find the time.
Yeah, I think some people don't realize how much man hours go into something that you're. I mean, like you said, you worked in New Zealand for a year. It's like, and you had a great time, but was it, was your name displayed out there? Hey, guess what Robert's working on right now? It's never like that, but you still enjoyed it. And then it was just like, hey, by the way, I did this. And then people are like, oh, well, what the hell? And like you said, with this Netflix thing, is like, yeah, you worked on it for 2 years, and everybody's going, wait a minute, I've been watching you on YouTube every week, you didn't mention anything about it. It's like, well, yeah, you're not going to just talk about it with every stream or show or video you do.
No, I mean, it's interesting too, because like I guess I still kind of am obsessed with my IMDb credits, because I'm like, I judge my life, but I want every year to have something I've done new.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a big thing, but just something that you can point to and go, oh yeah, this year was spent doing that. So at the end of the year, it can be like, all right, that's cool. And like, of course, a film that I produced and I also edited is playing on the festival circuit now. And we worked on that for years.
Yeah.
And people are like, you're still working on that? Well, yeah.
Yeah. So,
it takes a while. So,
well, yeah, I mean, you hear about that a lot. I mean, I've talked to people too, for instance, I interviewed the two directors from Fat Man, the Mel Gibson Santa Claus movie.
Right. Sure.
They talked about how they were trying to get that going for over a decade.
Yep.
I mean, that's just what happens. I mean, you have an idea, you have a script, and you're trying to pitch it everywhere. You're trying to do it. And sometimes things just take a long time. And then, sometimes they'll get to somewhere and not a lot of people will hear about it, but hey, as long as you had a good time and you feel fulfilled about it, move on to the next thing. And, I mean, that's the way it is.
Yeah. And, it's very interesting, because I think that the world we live in now with the internet and I guess I'm obsessed with the idea that if you have 2 hours of time, you can do a number of things with that 2 hours. You can play a video game. You can cruise the internet. You can watch YouTube videos. You can actually watch a movie. It's still the same 2 hours of time, but let's say you watch a video game that took 5 years to produce. Like, say it's a Rockstar open world game like Red Dead Redemption 2. You know, they might have worked on that for 5 years, even longer. And when you sit down and play it, you're like, you're not aware that hundreds of people work for 5 years to create this game. You just get involved in the game. Or like I worked on this movie Tango Shalom on and off for 5 years. And that's the same 2 hours you spend watching me daily on a YouTube show. And it's still the same 2 hours of time. So what is, and really at the end of the day, it's, are you entertained in that 2 hour period of time, no matter what you're doing? And so I used to be like, I was totally like snobbish. I'm like, well, I have to work on movies because, but then I realized, you know, what you're doing is you're entertaining people.
Yeah.
And I love movies since I was a little kid and wanted to make them. And I love the process of making movies, but it's a long, difficult process.
Really
and
is.
if I can sit down and deliver a 2 hour show on YouTube that people are entertained by, well, isn't that a good thing too? It's the same 2 hour period of time. But you know, our society values, you win an Academy Award. Suddenly it's like, oh my God, you're a deity.
Yeah.
You got an Academy Award. What's that like?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, man, I'm going to make my 700th YouTube show. How many people can say they did that? You know, and it's all relative.
It really
I'm still a movie snob. I'd rather be working on movies.
And
but,
I mean, nowadays it's like, well, you know, when it comes to the Oscars, it seems like people aren't really watching those anymore. If you look at the recent ratings, woo-wee.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that part of the problem was this past year. I mean, if it were up to me, I don't think I would have had an Oscars because the movies, no one went to the theater.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that movies are ultimately at the end of the day still that shared theatrical experience. And if you don't have that, how do people get excited when you're just watching one streaming show, whether it's an episodic or whether you're watching a movie? It's all kind of the same. The playing field, literally, the screen that you're watching on is the same.
True.
And going out and being in a movie theater and seeing a film, you know, 80 feet tall, or if you're on an IMAX screen or 30 feet tall, whatever, that makes movies special. And there's a mystique and a mythology and to Hollywood, and all of that has been sort of stripped away. I think we live in a society now where everybody just wants to be the same. Like no one's better than anyone else. And that on one level is fine. But what about, I want to revere people. Like if I met Martin Scorsese, I'd be like, oh my God, dude, you're one of my heroes.
Yeah.
And even though he's shorter than me, I would bow to him. You know, I get on my knees and pray, to the film gods.
You'd probably still be taller than him. Yeah.
Well, I like that. I mean, I like having people that I revere, whether it's Ridley Scott or Quentin Tarantino or, you know, John Woo or you know, anybody, all the people the directors that I love.
Nice pull, man. When was the last time that John Woo actually, what was the last movie he made?
He had a few that were on streaming.
Yeah.
And he's doing something now.
Like you're saying, when it comes to streaming, sometimes you don't hear that it's like, oh, this is a John Woo movie.
Right.
Kind of just, hey, there's another movie that you can pick up on, you know, Hulu or Netflix or something like that. You know, and instead of like seeing like a movie poster or whatever, like, and you see the name, oh yeah, this is the John Woo film. Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to remember like the last John. I mean, I know there was Paycheck. That was like one of his last.
Oh yeah, that was with Ben Affleck.
Yes, and Uma Thurman, which was it was a decent. You know, it wasn't a bad flick. I mean,
no, but I mean, I think you know, it's very funny because when John Woo, of course, I loved his Hong Kong movies. I mean, I love things like A Better Tomorrow or Bull in the Head, and of course, The Killer and Hard Boiled, which I love. But then they bring him to America and they're like, okay, make a John Woo movie. And his first American movie was Hard Target with Jean-Claude Van Damme. And the studio's like, what's all this slow motion and people's jackets fluttering behind them and all the doves? And because it wasn't what they were used to. And so the studio recuts Hard Target and it gets turned into a conventional action movie. And I'm like, but
a conventional Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, essentially.
And it's like, where's the
nice little curly mullet he had in that, I must say.
Yeah, right. And he's in Louisiana. And what was interesting about that though is for a long time, I have it somewhere. I haven't seen it in 20 years, but I had a bootleg videotape of that was his director's cut.
Oh wow.
And it was a lot of people in LA, it was kind of a cool hip thing to have that. Do you have the director's cut of Hard Target? And I'm like, yeah. And it was cooler because it was much more of a John Woo movie.
Yeah. Release the Woo cut. I want to see that. That's for sure. I just remember, I mean, the infamous scene in there is where Jean-Claude literally punches a snake in the head. Like he grabs a snake and does his little like that, and he punches a snake out, which a lot of people I've seen that, use as a GIF or something like that. But then came Broken Arrow. That was kind of like his breakout, right? I would say. Was that the next one?
Broken Arrow, yeah, it was, and then he did Face Off.
Face Off was just, I mean, that's his. To me, that's his. I mean, I love Broken Arrow too, but Face Off was definitely such a ridiculous plot, and the fact that he had the two powerhouses of Nick Cage and John Travolta, and a lot of people don't realize, like, the beauty of that movie is, like, yeah, the action's great because there's literally 4 big action sequences in that movie. But the beauty of that is the fact that the characters have to swap roles and they have to act with each other. And the people don't really, they kind of miss that with all the, the doves and the slow motion and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's cool. But it's like, do you realize though that both actors do swap? And now they're like literally walking and try to talk like each other. I mean, Travolta really nailed a Cage. And then there's even many moments where Cage is like, wow, he's doing a good Travolta. And Travolta didn't really have that distinct cadence to him like Cage does, but I think Cage still did a very good job of trying to emulate, trying to be Travolta, and that's what's so great about that movie.
Yeah, and then then he went back to China. He actually made a couple of good, like the Red Cliff movies.
Yeah,
Red Cliff 1 and 2 are really, really good. And then he made The Crossing 1 and 2, and I haven't seen those. And then Manhunter, which is what I think I saw on like Netflix. Maybe. But
Windtalkers, right? Windtalkers.
Yeah, he made Windtalkers. He made Windtalkers.
Yeah, war flick. But then then when Paycheck, I remember that came out, and then he just kind of. Oh well, then there's also Mission Impossible 2, which a lot of people revere that maybe as the weakest one in the bunch. I have a special place in my heart for it because when it came out, I thought it was like, I was just big on John Woo, and I was all about the slow motion shit. I was all about, you watch it and there's some ridiculous. I mean, you watch it, it stands out when it comes to the Mission Impossible franchise. It definitely stands out when it comes to stylistic, because when they went to 3 and they went with JJ, it went really back to like, okay, let's get back to where we were at. Try to do what Brian De Palma tried to do with the first one. Let's try to do that. And then, of course, when it came, to the other directors, and then, of course, now we have what's his name? That's
Chris McQuarrie.
Yes, I mean he's doing a great job, obviously. But you watch the Mission Impossible 2, it stands out.
Well, it's also kind of there's a lot of goofiness in it.
Oh.
I mean, riding the front wheel of the motorcycles and all that. It's very overwrought, but there's something about it. It has a verve to it. It
really does. And then you got Hans Zimmer, who his score was like a lot more, okay, it's not going to be as Hans Zimmer-y as it usually is. It's got a lot of guitar, a lot of drums, a lot of electronica, I guess you'd say, techno vibe to it.
Yeah.
I really love that score, to be honest. I think that's, people don't talk about the Mission Impossible 2 score too much, and they should, because it's actually really good.
Yeah, no, I like the movie. But it does stand out. It totally stands out, but it is very much a John Woo film.
Oh yeah.
And it's I don't know if it's a great Mission Impossible movie, but it's a fun movie to watch if you're a John Woo fan.
It's very true. Yeah, when it comes to Mission Impossible, it's like, I mean, there's a lot of things that Tom Cruise is doing where you're like, wait a minute, how did he just achieve that? How did he just do that kick? But yeah, it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's Tom Cruise. He's doing his thing. But but yeah, I know. I kind of missed that. I mean, because there was like a little moment there in the 90s, probably like the mid 90s, from like 94 to maybe like 98, where there was just like a good chunk of like these 90s action movies, like The Rock, when Michael Bay was starting to, like, after Bad Boys, he had The Rock, and I think The Rock is still his best flick. And, you just had that chunk. Yeah. Con Air. It seemed like Nick Cage and John Travolta were like the leaders of that. You had you had Robert Rodriguez doing his stuff. You had Desperado. There was just like a good little chunk right there of those 90s movies. Speed. stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were you're bashed.
Yeah, bashed. About your bashed. We just go home and fuck the prom
queen. Yeah, it's. I mean, nowadays that movie would probably be canceled. But
for that line,
for that line. I mean, I think that there's something to be said for. I miss those heady days when studios were releasing Michael Bay movies or Jack Ryan movies that were good, like Hunt for Red October, or Clear and Present Danger, and then you would get movie. I mean, I miss that. That sort of movies that would cost 50 to 75 million. They'd come out like Air Force One. Harrison Ford doing The Fugitive, doing Air Force One,
Patriot Games,
Patriot Games, and the Jack Ryan Clear and Present Danger. I mean, those movies were big and they were beefy and they delivered.
Yeah,
they were wildly entertaining. I mean, Clear and Present Danger is so good.
It is.
So I mean, Hunt for October is so good. John McTiernan, and obviously the Die Hard franchise. And I feel that, and even second tier movies like Schwarzenegger and Commando. That movie kicks ass. Commando's awesome. Yes. He's throwing table saw blades at dudes and shit like that. I mean, it's a John Matrix. I mean, that stuff.
he's got a Porsche that's on its side. He could just push it down. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I miss that. That sort of even I mean, I think of Commando. I always think of as being a canon movie. It's not a canon movie, but even like American Ninja, those movies that Canon made with Michael Dudikoff and Steve James, or the Sho Kazuki Ninja 3, The Domination, whatever with that chick. I mean, I miss that.
Yeah,
and I grew up with that, and I feel that in a way, the studio action film has really gone away, and it's been replaced by bigger budget. Like I look at I'm a huge Fast and the Furious movie fan. I love like Fast 5, but I watched the trailer for Fast 9 and I look at it and I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know.
None of this is now science. It literally is just science fiction. Physics don't matter anymore. And the thing about what I loved about the Fast and the Furious movies, for the most part, I mean, 5 to me was about outlandish, and then by after 6, the runways lasts forever, and cars are jumping between buildings in Dubai. And while that's fun, I tune out because I did like the fact that the Fast and the Furious movies were. I mean, you look at the first movie; it's just cars in LA.
That's it.
And I liked it.
Yeah,
it's kind of a remake of Point Break. Cars in LA. It's all cool.
Totally.
Paul Walker as Johnny Utah. And then
I think a lot of people have compared it to that. No, I'm with you on that. Like, I'm like, hey, these movies are, they're fun and stuff like that. But then right after 7, I did not like Fate to the Furious. I thought I remember getting home from the movies and just taking a nap because I was just exhausted.
I mean, the nuclear submarines and torpedoes. I'm like, it bums me out because. Like Fast 5, I thought was great, and the idea of 2 cars pulling this vault behind them, that strained credulity, but I bought into it. I liked it, and that was cool. Lots of urban,
and even that opening sequence. I think it was Fast 5, right, where they go off the cliff, and both Vin Diesel and Paul Walker like launch, or was that on 6? I can't even remember which one that was. Where they're going off. Was that 6?
I think that was 6.
That was 6
because 5 begins with the bus.
That's right.
When they're taking Vin
Diesel, they're breaking them out. They're breaking them out. That's right. Okay. Because but see, the thing is, I even liked Fast and Furious, which was 4, because that kind of that collided. It was like, all right, now we're gonna get the gang back together, okay? Because we had Tokyo Drift, and
which I still love. I'm a huge Tokyo Drift fan.
There's a unique. It's funny. Like for I think probably about 10, 15 years ago, my friends that were really into racing loved that movie. So I watched it so many times because it would just be on, like either in my house, my roommate would have it on because they were all like street racers. They like to drift and everything. So like I got very familiar with that movie. And even though it's cheesy as shit, I actually, it's the Mission Impossible 2 of the Fast and Furious franchise.
And I like it. It's kind of like Romeo and Juliet. The guy falls in love with the gang leader's girlfriend, and it's got the Yakuza in it. And it's anything in Japan I'll watch. And it's got great cars and It's got hot Japanese girls in mini skirts dancing around to Japanese techno. I mean, what's not to love?
There's no, exactly. You just named it right. But yeah, but then when they got the gang back together, I thought that was cool. And it was kind of like a small movie of like, okay, now it's getting to the territory of like, now it's starting to be less about racing. Now it's about, hey, we got to do some stuff. Then it just got to like heist. And then now it's just, yeah, like you said, it's getting to the science fiction level where I'm like, okay, is he Captain America now? I mean, what?
Yeah.
He's like charging through walls. I mean, he's basically superhuman at this point. And now we got John Cena, who's his brother. It's just with more hair, way more hair, because it's like, hey, he's got a good head of hair as opposed to Dom. So yeah, I'm gonna watch it, but I'm just kind of going, all right. But
they're bringing Han back, so I'm happy. Justice for Han.
That's true. He is coming back.
But those movies are fun. But now, like with Hobbs and Shaw, there's no reality left. And if there's no reality, I mean, one of the great things about great car chases, the reason car chases work is because we've all been in cars.
Yes.
So we as the audience know what it's like to drive fast and what it would be like if you're in traffic and you're going too fast. And now, well, we've got giant magnets pulling and repelling cars and throwing them through windows or walls. I'm like, that makes no sense, and it doesn't really work. And so I watch and go, well, it's cool from a certain standpoint. The 8-year-old kid in me would have liked it, but now they've taken away the reality of what it means to be in a fast car driving on the road very fast, and really that's what you need, and you don't need any or drifting in a parking garage. I mean, that becomes exciting. Or dragging a vault behind you in the streets of Rio, whatever, And I just think I watched the trailer for Fast 9 and I want to be excited about it, but it's just like so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point of ridiculousness, and and like you said too, like when it comes to like back like in the 80s and the 90s with those action flicks, I mean, a lot of that stuff you watch, I mean, like, and it's just like they did that. I mean, they destroyed shit. I mean, my God, now it's just all VFX. Now you just do VFX, and yeah, maybe they'll flip some cars in the street and stuff like that. But man, back then I mean, you watch stuff like, even if it was models too, I mean, it was kind of amazing what they used to do with like miniatures. When you see like, at the end of Speed, you see that subway, like, they jump the track and it crashes through. I mean, obviously but I mean, they did such a great job with all that stuff. I mean, it was still practical to a sense. Yeah,
it was a combination of practical miniatures. I mean, the Bond films too would do stuff like that, like Living Daylights, when the plane at the climax of the movie, the Mujahideen, and they're in Afghanistan, and they've got some great model work when a bridge blows up, and they would intercut that stuff, and you can tell. I mean, I think now we're just so used to computer imagery that you believe it. You believed it back when because you can tell, your brain still can tell practical from effects or from CG.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the things that I really appreciate about like Christopher Nolan is he wants to do everything in camera.
Yes.
And while, he'll employ visual effects, what he'll do is, like, I think one of the great, if you go back to like 1997 when Verhoeven did Starship Troopers, there's a really great combination of physical effects and model work and CG in that movie. And I think it really works for the film. And nowadays, I think the real problem is, if you're going to make a movie that uses a lot of CG, it really is incumbent upon the director to make you believe.
Yeah.
And I don't think that a lot of, so often now films are prevised in advance by the visual effects companies, and directors are signing off on it, but they get so enamored, or the studio gets so enamored of these sequences, it doesn't matter how they feel to an audience. And so often, you look at this spectacle and you don't feel anything because I mean, movies are all a trick anyway. Nothing you see in a movie, it's all fake.
Magic trick, yeah.
But they have to make you believe, suspend your disbelief. And I grew up in a world where, because I'm older, but the model work and practical effects were so cool.
They were. I mean, it seems like every like 4 to 6 months, I always get like the image of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man You know, the behind the scenes shot, that was an entire model. And I always, for some reason, that comes across my Twitter feed, and it always warms my heart because Ghostbusters is one of my all-time favorite movies ever. And the fact that it's like, yeah, I mean, that's how they did it that back then. Now it's all going to be CGI. I mean, we saw the little mini Stay Puffs with Paul Rudd. I mean, obviously that's all, and it looked good. It was fine.
It did look good.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like that's how they did it. They literally just built this fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on this model of the street, and it just boom, boom, and it just always warms my heart when I see that image.
Yeah, and you know, Richard Edlund was shooting his effects plates. They were shooting the effects in 65 millimeter.
Yeah,
you know, so they had that great look to them.
Yep.
That sort of, and you could tell the difference between like Richard Edlund's effects company and say ILM, because ILM would shoot 35 VistaVision and Richard Edlund was shooting like anamorphic 65 millimeter, and you'd get a different look to the effects. Like Richard Edlund did the effects like in Die Hard at the end when the top of the Nakatomi building blows and you see John McClane jump off the building and you see that Huey there. The Huey wasn't there.
No.
You know, and the compositing, it's so great. You look at that stuff and go, wow, those were like real seamless effects work. That's a combination of, you know, composites, model work, and a real big explosion that they did practically.
Yeah.
And now everything is just, it's all CG. And I think when you watch a movie like Tenet, you're not looking at digital shots. It's all, there's some element of it that's always real, and you feel it in your soul.
You do. You feel it right in your core. You just feel that rumble. I mean, yeah, and especially when we watch Tenet, I mean, I literally had to drive to San Diego to go watch it on, you know, in an IMAX. I told my brother, I'm like, hey, because, you know, when it came out last summer, I was like, hey, apparently San Diego has it. You want to go? And he was like, let's do it. So we trucked it all the way to San Diego, about an hour and a half from where I'm at. And yeah, just to watch it on IMAX. And my God, I mean, it was just so satisfying. I mean, I know some people were kind of like iffy about like, well, I don't exactly know what happened with it, you know, stuff like that. But like, yeah, but did you appreciate that Christopher Nolan just kind of just like, you felt all the action sequences right here. You felt it.
Yeah.
You know, I know it was loud as shit, but still, you felt it right here, man. You felt it. I walked out and I felt like my abs were sore.
Oh, no. And, you know, all that when they get on boats and go to a yacht, it's like a real boat and a real yacht, you know, in a real bay somewhere. And you feel it. And I think that, I mean, not to harp on this, but the first two Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
You know, they went to Tunisia, you know, and they went to a glacier in Norway, or they went to the California redwoods. And then when you watch, like, yeah, in the Phantom Menace, they might have shot on Lake Como, but so much of it, when Lucas was developing that technology and you're filming against a green screen and everything, you feel it. You feel that it's not, you're not there, you know, and it might be something that you're subconsciously aware of, but I think it takes away from the experience. You know, the movies don't make you, where Star Wars, the reason when it first came out, especially, it made you believe, you know, when you went to Mos Eisley, that was like some shithole East Texas truck stop somewhere in the dusty, there's nothing, you know, in 100 miles, it's the only place you stop. Yeah. And now with the special edition, there's Rontos around and there's Jawas all over the place and shit's floating through the air. And you're like, I don't believe this anymore, because it used to look, because it was real. You know, they built this stuff and it was real. And now when you go back and you watch it, the whole, you don't need to see his identification. It's well, there's so much else going on in the frame. The tension of what's actually happening, of Obi-Wan using the Force, is kind of diminished
a little bit.
And I it's kind of a bummer, because you took something that, as I like to say, had peak verisimilitude, and then by putting in CG where it didn't used to be, with technology that didn't even exist when Star Wars was first made, it shatters that illusion. And it was a bummer, because I think the reason Star Wars, part of the reason it caught on for the first 20 years of its existence before the special edition, is because it made you believe, man.
It really did.
You believe that shit. And like those giant sets, like when you were on the Death Star, like that was a big set. When the Millennium Falcon, there's like a Millennium Falcon on the set, you know, and they've built a set around it. So you're in the Death Star and you're like, man, this is awesome. And they would combine matte paintings and actual sets, and it would be, the set wouldn't be in virtual, it would be half and half or something. And the illusion was such that you're like, this is amazing. The Death Star's real.
Yeah.
They went and shot there, man.
They were up there, like seriously, it felt like it. No, yeah. And then I think like and I kind of appreciated that, when JJ came for Force Awakens, I know they really made a point of like, hey, we're gonna try to do as much practical effects as possible.
Right.
And for the most part, I think he did, when it came to Force Awakens, when it comes to the new trilogy, I mean, that's my favorite out of the new trilogy. I think a lot of people might agree with that. But I think he actually did a pretty good job of blending, the CGI with practical.
I would agree. I just wish the script was better. I wish it wasn't. I mean, if you're a kid, let's say you're a kid born, like you're 5 years old right now, right? Yeah. And your dad or mom's going to sit down and show you the Star Wars trilogy in order, or the Skywalker saga, all 9 movies. And, you're watching them like night after night. And you go from Return of the Jedi to Force Awakens. And like, any kid's going to be like, well, wait a minute. What happened? Where's the First Order? Who allowed them to build Star Killer Base? Why are our heroes such idiots? They toppled the Empire, and yet the next movie, there's this First Order, and they're within striking distance of the what? Yeah, what? Luke, Han, Leia.
That's where you just show the Mandalorian and be like, hey, here, this is something.
Yeah, I mean, but it's such a weird, to me, it's such a weird thing, because it's like, okay, it's 30 years later. In real time. And yet you basically make all of our classic characters look like douchebags because they allowed the First Order and everybody to come back. Like, how long did it take to build Star Killer Base?
How much? A little bit.
How many resources? It would have been the biggest construction job in the galaxy. Everybody would have known about it. And yet, apparently the gun can only fire one direction. Like, I'm like,
little design flaw.
The Death Star can move 365 degrees. So if you want to blow up a planet that's like down there, but if your Star Killer Base, and apparently your beam weapon can now turn, like it can fire this way, but somehow it changes direction where you watch it come this way in the sky. I'm like, wait a minute, bruh. Come on now.
Here?
We're gonna
like a little. Well, those guys. They always have that little design flaw. Just like they put that. They have that little vent. In the whatchamacallit, just that could just fit 2 little torpedoes. They always have a little design flaw in their designs, it seems. But so what I wanted to talk to you too about is like, now where everything is kind of headed, or where everything kind of, well, I mean, it was always going to be headed to streaming services. We already kind of talked about this a little bit. And plus, Sinfinity wanted me to also ask you about your Hot Toys collection. Apparently, it's amazing. And I've heard about it too. I heard you got a pretty good, I mean, obviously we could see stuff in your background, but of course he mentioned that, like, you got a pretty good collection there. So
it's funny. The only Hot Toy that you can see behind me is the James Dean.
Right there, okay.
And that James Dean. Everything else is from third parties, or like there's a Michael Corleone right here that I recently got. And then there's a Green Goblin that's a third party figure from the original movie that I recently got. And I got the other day that Maximus, which is a great figure. But I don't have nearly the collection that some other people do, like Justin, who I stream with. Justin, he buys like every Hot Toy, and I probably have somewhere between 200 and 300 action figures.
Good. Yeah.
And they're not all Hot Toys, because I've been buying stuff for a long time. But I mean, it's interesting to me because I love, I've always loved action figures since I was a little kid. And I used to make up stories with them and play with them incessantly. And
we all did.
It was like that thing. But now we get, when I was a kid, I was always disappointed. I've told this story so much, but I was always like, why does this Han Solo not look like Han Solo?
Yeah.
Like, why? And even now with the Hot Toys face sculpt, if it's not good, I'm like, what? You couldn't get it right now? You couldn't do, but the toys that we have now they're amazing. And as a middle-aged man with one foot in his grave, I'm like, well, damn it. I've had to wait this long to get these awesome toys.
This? Yeah. What's funny is, like, going back to my childhood, I got really into Power Rangers. And I remember when those figurines came out, I mean, they were this fucking big. And they were great
figures.
Dude, those first round of Power Rangers that they had, I mean, first off, you couldn't find them anywhere. They just, when they got put on the shelf, you could not, they were gone. they were gone. I got lucky enough where I showed up at a Toys R Us and in like a cart. You know how like sometimes there's always like a random like cart that just has a pile of shit in it that needs to be shelved. I walked in and there was a Dragonzoid with that came with the Green Ranger, and I saw it, and this was right before, of course, Christmas. And I took my mom, like, mom. She goes, no, it's too close to Christmas. So then I go and just like you talked about, action figures. I'd always make my way to the action figure row of Toys R Us or whatever. And I remember I came back. Guess what was missing from that cart? The Dragonzoid. And then, of course, that Christmas, guess what I got? And so I was lucky enough to actually get one of those. But man, those figurines were like, I mean, they were big and they had a lot of, I mean, everything moved. The fingers moved. Everything moved on those toys, man.
Yeah, they were great.
Yeah, they were absolutely great. But yeah, like you said, it seems like some of the stuff has gotten a lot better too. But my collection's not nearly as elaborate. I mean, I'm a big Funko Pop guy, obviously, which a lot of people are, but I just thought I'd bring that up because Sinfinity was like, you gotta ask him about his toy collection.
I still, because they inspire me in terms of, because all the great toys are usually, I like characters from movies and TV shows, but they were all written by somebody, performed by somebody. The costume, the design team, the costumer came up with a great costume. So a great, like Hot Toys, really, they make Star Wars, Marvel, some random movie figures, DC figures. Yeah. And when you get them, they represent what's great about the movies, or TV shows. And they're inspirational. And I had an old office where my desk was facing, I had this beautiful display case. Actually, there's a video of it on the Burnett Work channel, RMB's Hot Toys, but I made it actually for the 100th episode of Heroes. I did it overnight one night, and I showcased my figures, but I used to sit across from this giant display case that you can see. So I was always looking at them. And there were times when, I would be like working on a project or something, and I'm thinking about, well, how do we surmount this? And I would look at one of the figures and go, oh yeah, like in that movie, there was a scene where this happened. Yeah. And then I'd be like, we should do something like that. And then you could plan something or cut something in the way that, and it was always very inspirational to look at those figures. Yeah. So
yeah, indeed. Like one of the newest ones I got was like this Marty McFly figure right here. I mean, it's got a skateboard, it's got its backpack.
Is that the Hot Toys Marty McFly?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. And it's got and I want to get the 2015 version too. And they have, of course, Doc, they have Biff. I kind of want to get them all, but I mean, it's funny too, because I have them propped up right here, but man, if I even shake this shelf a little bit, man,
that looks like those look like the NECA version. Those aren't 6 scale.
I can't even remember what exactly it was, but I think, you might be right about
that. They've got I want to get the Hot Toys made a DeLorean, a 6 scale DeLorean. That's
no shit.
I just never got it. They're re-releasing the Tumbler from Batman Begins. Ooh. And now there's third-party figures. I've had it sitting back here, but I got my 6 scale land speeder from Star Wars.
Nice.
That's and this is made by it's right here.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
I mean, this is made by a father and son team in the Netherlands.
That's awesome. Wow.
It's pretty cool. And they make a lot of great stuff. I'm waiting for they've made a 6 scale Millennium Falcon cockpit. And it's gigantic. I mean, it's huge, and it fits. It's absolutely almost perfectly screen accurate, although it doesn't have the hanging Han Solo's hanging dice, but people make those so you can put it in. But it takes you take years to get that, and I think I paid it off over a year, and then it was paid off a year ago, and then you have to wait until they get through the line and manufacture it, because it's just 2 guys doing that, and they're making all kinds of sets. Like you can buy they have a gantry from Empire Strikes Back where Vader and Luke battled when he gets his arm chopped off. So and it's for 6 scale figures. So you got the gantry, you can mount it to a wall, and the gantry things light up, and you can display it with the pieces intact or after Vader's wiped through them. And I'm like, how can you not want that? And you can.
I mean, when it comes to stuff like that, I mean, I feel like Hans Gruber when he sees the models in Nakatomi, and he just talks about the detail. Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful.
I used to make models when I was a boy.
Yeah, attention to detail. You know, it's just stuff. I mean, like that's how I get when I see that shit. I'm just like, yeah, there's something about when they scale it down. I mean, even though it still could be, it's just the details that go into that stuff. It's pretty damn gnarly. And Eric Z wanted to ask you about, speaking of metal and hard rock, which of the most influential genre and which is your personal favorite, Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, or Deep Purple?
Ooh. Oh, well, my favorite of those is Led Zeppelin, but I wouldn't say that Led Zeppelin's the most metal. I think Black Sabbath is probably the most metal.
Well, I mean, they kind of started it. I mean, if anybody knows the history, I mean, Tony, like, he was working at a steel mill or whatever the hell, and he got put on like to cut some I forgot exactly what he was doing, but he was cutting like steel or cutting like sheets of steel or something like that, and he cut off like the tips of his fingers, right? Yeah. So he had to like put this like rubber shit on, and so when it came to playing, he had to down tune his guitar to get that metal vibe, and that's pretty much where metal kind of came from, which is all by an accident.
Yeah, and look, I think when you talk about what's the most influential genre, I think I would say it's all kind of influential, rock and roll in general, because it all feeds into things. And if you watch the evolution of rock and roll, came out of the blues, and then it sort of evolved into what was going on in the 50s, and then in the 60s it really started to change and evolve, and it became part of the counterculture movement. And if you were going to drop acid or LSD, take LSD, whatever, then you had acid rock and things like Jefferson Airplane. And then, of course, the Beatles and their transition from kind of this bubblegum pop band into the most influential, rock band in the world. And then bands like Led Zeppelin when they began, and then moving into the 70s and how all that changed. And so I think just rock and roll is all of it. And the different subgenres, like I consider metal a subgenre of rock and roll, and just like alternative and even grunge and all that, it's still rock and roll.
It still is. I mean, and there's still some, when you hear those riffs sometimes, I mean, yeah, like you said, when it comes to even grunge, you can even hear, I mean, I think even I would say Soundgarden, when it came to grunge era, they were more, I mean, they started off more like, Chris Cornell was all about that kind of genre, and you could hear that in some of their music. I mean, but when it comes to that kind of music, I think it just, when it comes to trends and everything, it was all about hair bands and spandex and fucking makeup. And then it was like, all right, now we're going to go completely the other way. Now it's going to be all not showering and fucking flannel shirts.
Right. And, well, it was, it's such a strange thing, because to me, when you think of a lot of the hair metal bands were glam rock, you came out of things like the New York Dolls, and there was a lot of influence there, but then it was a party vibe. Those hair metal bands were hot chicks, party on.
Even Pantera started off kind of like that direct. If you could like look at like deep Pantera before they got Pantera, you look at a group shot, they look like almost like a 80s hair metal band. I remember that blew me away when my friend was like, "Oh yeah, you should see like before they, in the 90s Pantera, when it was like that's the Pantera that everybody knows." They were trying to it looked like they were trying to be that, and they were like, "Nope, that's not us. Let's try to be this," and then they became that, and it was just like, okay, yeah, that's the metal that we remember. We don't need to see that group shot again, because it was interesting to see that. It blew my mind. Yeah. And that's why I like bands like Metallica, because they were like totally against that. They were like, no, we're not that. We're going to wear jean jackets and, jean, all that stuff,
No. And I think that was, I miss the days of any band that are playing rock and roll. People with instruments.
Seriously,
it's funny. People say, "Oh, they're just like Led Zeppelin," but I'll watch Greta Van Fleet and I'll be like, "All right, it's a rock band, and they have a new album out, and great, I can rock out." It's to me, it's such a strange thing, because that music, we all listened to when we were growing up without the internet. You had a favorite radio station, you and your friends all listened to the same stuff.
Yeah.
And it really bonded everyone. And then when whatever your favorite band would come to town, you'd all go to the concert together, and it was cultural. And now I feel like there's so much now. There's so many things. It's kind of all fragmented, and everybody's can be into their own thing, and it can be wildly diverse and all that. But I feel like, pop music, whether it was rock and roll, whether it was new wave, whether it was disco, whatever it was, it bonded people together.
Yeah.
And I think now I'm maybe because I'm older and don't see it, but hip hop does that. But there's so much to listen to now, and I think younger people they're listening to things 50 years old. They're going back and discovering Zeppelin, or they're listening to something. They're listening to all kinds of music because it's all available. You hit shuffle on Spotify.
And you
never know.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
And I kind of miss those days. I used to be really, really, really into music. And I'm just not anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird because I've gone back to like film soundtracks. I used to listen to, as a kid, I listened to film soundtracks. Like after Star Wars came out, that's all I listened to. Then when I got into like junior high, and I had a paper route, I started listening to rock because I would make mixtapes on my Walkman, and because it took me about an hour to do my paper route. So I have tapes 30 minutes aside, and I would make my paper route tapes. And it was usually like, here's a Rolling Stone mixtape, or it was Pink Floyd, or it was the Beatles or the Doors or something. And those were bands that were not contemporary because they were before they were when I was younger, but I would listen to them. And then it led me, I got into alternative and then college radio and all that. And all through I was a huge Prince fan. And now it's gotten back to the point where, nope, I'm back to where I was between the time I was 10 years old and 13. All I listen to is movie soundtracks, which is and old movie soundtracks too.
Yeah.
Or I've got my own Spotify playlist of I have the Spotify playlist I keep adding to. It's like 8 hours long now. It's just a compilation of different movie soundtrack songs organized in sort of a strange way.
Yeah, it's funny because one of my good buddies, like every few weeks, I just go over to his house and, of course we're drinking and everything like that. And then it gets to the wee hours and all we do is just listen to music. And he's like a big metalhead, so he'll just introduce me to somebody, but like sometimes it's just like, all right, show me something unique. And every now and again, yes, it's unique. Like he introduced me to Ghost, and I was like, oh, well, that's something. There's something very different about Ghost. And then it got to the point where like I've seen Ghost live now like twice. I'm going, yeah, I'm digging the vibe here because it's not because some of the stuff he'll show me is just, and I'm like, okay, cool. I like it, but it just sounds like what you showed me before.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I appreciate that. I'm not a fan of like black metal, or death metal, whatever, because to me, it's not it kind of all. And I'm not a connoisseur of it. I maybe I don't understand it if I knew more about it, but it's not melodious.
Yeah,
it's something that it like you listen to a Zeppelin song, or you listen to pick your favorite, like Van Halen. When you hear a Van Halen riff, like I don't know, Panama or something.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't help. And I don't know. I've never read any reports on this, but a classic guitar riff, like even Heart. Like Barracuda.
That's what I just exactly the riff I went to right there, because that's a riff that is so distinct that you go, oh yeah, Heart.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that, you can't help but like, it's like a groundhog on Groundhog Day when a groundhog sticks his head up and looks around. It's like when you hear a great guitar riff, you just want to go, it's like you're like, yeah, man, or Smells Like Teen Spirit. That was a guitar riff. Dun, dun, dun. And you and you can't help but be like, and I feel that that's something that has kind of been lost.
Oh yeah.
And there's a form and function that and I feel that way about a lot of things, and not to be like, well, back in the old days, I don't think that's
in my day
I don't think that's what it is. It was like when you like, I had friends in Seattle. I grew up in Seattle where grunge was born, and the reason people wore flannel was because everybody practiced in their garage, and during the winter, garage doors were left open. and you would, because everyone would be getting hot, you know, as you're shredding and practicing. And so people wore flannel because it was warm and it was easy to move around in.
Yeah.
So that just became something that people wore. And then when you go to, you know, you'd go to a grunge concert or your rock club or something in Seattle, it was just cold, man. So people were always wearing their flannel, or they would just take their shirts off entirely, whatever, if the rock club was hot. And then it was so funny to me that became like, come to J.C. Penney's and get your grunge flannel. Such a weird, it's so weird, you know. And but yeah, I mean, but now I feel like when I was like in high school, like in the 80s, music was so diverse.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know, you go to the record store and I might pick up like a New Order album, or I get some Prince and I get some Van Halen and or Berlin or something, and it would all be part of the same thing. Like I had a lot of goth records like Bauhaus or Christian Death or something, and I love that stuff.
Yeah.
And you'd buy all kinds of different things because the music was so interesting. Whether it was, you know, you went and bought 1999 or Prince with his electronic drum sound that was very unique to him, and then you'd buy a Prince record, or then you'd go buy like a Cocteau Twins record or something, some really alternative on the 4AD label, or and I liked it all. You know, it was so interesting and exciting, and I feel that, I mean, there's a lot of music still being made. Yes. Because people can self-distribute it, but it's hard to go. You have to look, you have to start scouring the internet, and you can find a lot of interesting stuff. But then you know, if you're not buying it, if you don't have that artifact, you're not taking it home and puzzling it over it and looking at it, reading the liner notes or whatever.
I remember going to Warehouse. There was stores called the Warehouse, kids, that, you know, you could go and just like, hey, you know, purchase some music. But then, you know, bringing it back to movies, I mean, the days of my mom going, let's go to the video store, whether it was the local Fox Video that was right down the street, or whether it was a Blockbuster. I mean, especially a Blockbuster. Blockbuster was like Disneyland. You walk into that shit, you're like, oh, you know, you're seeing it all. You're seeing the movie posters. You're like, oh my God, what am I going to get today? You know, and you were disappointed when you saw the cover. You're like, I want to get that, but there was no little casing behind it because they were all rented out already.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Well, and also too, you know, when you went to a video store, you went someplace and then you made a choice. See, you know, you were weighing things, like you're like, nah, this and so when you made your choice, this was up to you. You know, you made this choice and you went home and you played it and you watched it, and everybody, maybe you'd watch it twice or something. Yeah. Now, and if it wasn't as good as you thought, you still would power through it and watch the whole thing. Now, if something doesn't grab you in 5 minutes on streaming, you're like, I'll go to something else.
Exactly. And there needs to be like a virtual reality like program, like an Oculus. They need to like put this thing where you're literally like, instead of just like going boop and just placing that, you're literally walking into the video store, walking around and trying to find like you know, something like oh yeah, you know what? I want something old and 80s and sci-fi. Oh my God. From Beyond. Yes. Let me get that movie. That looks weird. Look at the cover. You know?
And what's great is you watch From Beyond, you see beautiful Barbara Crampton, like a leather bustier, doing some crazy shit. And then you can go find her on Twitter and say, I just watched From Beyond. It's still awesome. And she'll write you back.
Yes, she is very, yes, I noticed that. I forgot exactly when, but I remember I was like looking, yeah, she's very responsive when it comes to her, like when it comes to Twitter, she will respond to you. Yes. And by the way, From Beyond, if anybody has not seen that, do yourself a favor. That is a classic 80s horror sci-fi that you should definitely watch.
That has a lot of crazy transgressive shit in it too.
Oh my God. I watched that. I remember the first time I watched that was at my Nana's house. When I was a kid, we were visiting, yes, my Nana's house. We watched that. She was disgusted by it, of course. And for some reason, my dad just put it on, whatever. And I remember just being frightened by it, but I was so intrigued by it just because, like, I mean, literally there was like a part where like the guy is literally just, I'm just snacking on a human brain because I'm all fucked up and my head is bald because this creature that I summoned from the great beyond like tried to swallow me whole, and now I'm just, you know, hungry for brain. I mean,
yeah, and there's the sex too.
Oh yeah, the sex too.
And I feel like in a way we're like a little bit more
awkward
we're puritanical now. It seems like things are more puritanical. Like there are places you can't go. Like, I love modern. There's a lot of great modern horror. I think of movies like The Witch or Karen Kusama's The Invitation or The Ritual or stuff like that. But they're decidedly not sexy.
Yeah.
Whereas like 1983, the Tony Scott's The Hunger, his first movie, it opens with Bauhaus playing Bela Lugosi's Dead, which is kind of the stairway to heaven of goth music, and you've got the Bauhaus that went on to become part of that band, became Tones on Tail and then Love and Rockets. And then you got Peter Murphy as the front man who went on and had his solo career. But, you're in a goth club, and what happens in that opening scene? David Bowie and Catherine Deneuve pick up these two hot people, seduce them, and kill them. And then, of course, Susan Sarandon gets seduced by Catherine Deneuve in that movie, in this amazing, beautifully shot lesbian seduction, a vampire lesbian scene, which you can't go wrong with. Let's face it.
You can't.
I mean, all the way. And there was so much of that in the 70s.
Yes.
Everything from John Rowland and Daughters of Darkness and some Hammer films. I mean, we've lost all that. We've bled all of that because I guess we're, it's part
my bar none, my favorite horror film is The Original Evil Dead. The scene where, in the forest where the forest has their way, you could not do that. It literally, it's just like,
and that final shot when the tree just goes, I mean, that is some, it's funny when Evil Dead came out, before I had seen it, because it was hard to see, Stephen King had come out like in the pages of Fangoria and talked about the Evil Dead. Yeah. And how much you loved it and how it was really hard hitting. And it was one of these things where you had to go see it. And it was, it was scrappy and low budget, but it was fucking great. I loved Evil Dead because it was just, once it gets wound up, it's relentless.
Dude.
I ended up working on Army of Darkness. I worked for Tony Gardner in makeup effects, and Tony Gardner created all the Evil Ash stuff for Bruce Campbell.
That's cool.
And it was, I was on that set in Acton where the castle was. It was amazing.
I bet.
It was great.
Well, what's funny about that trilogy, though, and I always it was always funny because anytime, you got first Evil Dead, like I said, it was bare bones. It was so raw. And just what Raimi did with that, I mean, he just utilized every little thing that he could. And like you said, when it kicks in, and you got Bruce Campbell just doing this, just going through. I mean, all the way to the point where he goes up to the mirror and it's water. I mean, you could tell how they did that, but you appreciate the shots that he did. I mean, the shots with the score, and you see the camera dragging with the score. Raimi did such a great job with that original.
Oh, I love even things like the ticking clock, the grandfather clock, and when you see the camera from the inside when it's going back, it's like the sound effects are so awesome. I mean, it's
good.
I recently rewatched that movie with my girlfriend Elizabeth, and it's still great.
It's creepy,
it's
man.
So much fun to watch.
Anyone that I've shown that, girlfriend wise, they get freaked out, with the whole it's and I think I even read too, like Sam Raimi said, we just strapped the camera to a fucking 2x4 and just ran through the fucking forest with that shot of the point of view of the evil presence, and it works.
At the beginning, it opens with that shot over the water. Yeah. And it's just like two dudes holding the camera. It's like on a board.
Yes,
and they're just walking through the water. But then the camera's like, and they put the sound effect on it.
And then you even appreciate the claymation, the stop motion animation at the end where everything's going. Yeah, it looks. Yeah, nowadays to now standards, but you appreciate it. You appreciate it when you watch that now.
Well, it's so gonzo because from 1 second to the next, they're using all different kinds of techniques and throwing everything but the kitchen sink at you. And it's so much fun, and sort of the lo-fi gonzo nature of it all. And the demons, they're just relentless.
Yes.
When you see the little baby doll girl going, "We're gonna get you." It's creepy and weird. I mean, she looks like a Raggedy Andy doll or Ann doll, and then the next minute you've got this demon coming up from the floor.
Yeah,
she's smashing, trying to smash open the chain.
That's what's so great about it is the demons were different. They weren't all the same. You had and then you had the and everything. And I mean, But what was also funny about that trilogy was the fact that you go to Evil Dead 2 and they do a recap, and it was like, wait a minute, did you just retcon Evil Dead the first?
They totally did, and you know what? That always look. I love Evil Dead 2. I love Evil Dead 2.
Yeah,
but then they took it in this more overtly comedic direction that I know. But as an Evil Dead fan, as an Evil Dead purist, I'm like, oh, and I know the studio's like, no one's seen the first Evil Dead, so you got to retell it. You got to tell because I think it was De Laurentiis Entertainment Group was doing it, and Universal was putting it out, and I'm like, when I saw it, I like Evil Dead 2. But it's not Evil Dead 1.
No, not by a long shot. Because, like you said, it gets the comedic. And then they even retcon that, too, because when he goes back in time and then blows away the demon and everybody cheers at him, and they're like, and that's how it ends. And then when you open with Army of Darkness, he's in chains. And it's like, wait a minute, did they just retcon it again?
Yeah, I know. But then we got Ash versus the Evil Dead. Now they're talking about making a Evil Dead 4. I just love that the franchise continues because Evil Dead came out like 81.
Crazy,
and and that was another thing. I mean, horror movies in the 80s too were all over the place. There's all different, like you had slasher movies,
yes, and
within the slasher genre, you had like Cropsy and The Burning, and then you had fantasy slasher with The Nightmare on Elm Street, and then you had a series, which is actually the first 5 Nightmare on Elm Street movies are so much fun to watch because again, the fantasy sequences and the kills, they're so much good. Yeah, Dream Warriors is great. Dream Warriors.
That's my favorite one. So my favorite
good.
Something about
that's a good song too. Dream Warriors. But then you had like obviously the Halloween films, which are more sort of grounded, and then the Friday the 13th movies where Jason was unstoppable. And then as you moved into the 80s, we got Stuart Gordon doing Reanimator, which is twisted and bizarre and goofy all at the same time. And so
and then the aforementioned From Beyond, you have like stuff like that where it's just
yeah, and it was all part, and you couldn't, as a fan, if you loved horror, well, one day we're going to get an American Werewolf, and then you're going to get John Carpenter's The Thing, and you there was so much diversity in the kind of horror films that we were getting, and that was what was so cool. Like I was talking about the summer of 1982, and in the space of May and June, all of these, so between May and June, so within the space of basically 2 months, you had Conan the Barbarian, Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, Poltergeist, E.T., The Road Warrior, Tron, Blade Runner, and The Thing. They all came out. They actually all came out within 45 days of each other.
That is insane to think about. That is insane.
I mean, it was, and that was, I mean, you couldn't get enough.
No.
And every time you went to the movies, it was, nowadays, it looks like it's so weird how people are like, that thing looks like it sucks. But back then, we didn't know what was happening. We didn't have you hadn't seen trailers, weren't on the internet. So you'd go into the theater and all you were was excited.
Yep.
And then when you'd see something like I knew The Road Warrior was a sequel to Mad Max because I'd seen Mad Max, but nothing prepared me. Like I'm sitting in the theater, I'm like, this shit is dope. I mean, the action scenes in there, and it's much more post-apocalyptic than Mad Max was, and I'm like, this is incredible. And then what are you going to go see now? Well, why don't we go see Conan again? Jeez. Okay. And this week, what's opening? Well, E.T.'s having a public sneak. Well, what's that? It's a new Spielberg movie. Do you know anything about it? No. And then you go, and by the end of it, you're crying like a baby. Now everybody knows everything about it.
Yeah.
Let's watch spoiler channels a year before the movie's going to come out. And by the time the movie comes out, I know all about this movie.
I know that is a sad fact.
And I'm as guilty as the next guy. I'm like,
I know. So am I.
The trailer drops at 9 a.m. I'm like, I gotta see that shit right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Give it to me.
We're all there. I mean, that's where we're at right now. I mean, but then you get like little surprise little hits, like, okay, like wait, all of a sudden everybody's talking about this. Like yesterday, I was like, all right, apparently the season finale is happening today. I'm gonna binge everything Invincible. Have you watched Invincible yet?
I've read the comics. Yeah.
Okay, you need to watch.
I have to catch up. I have to watch the season finale, but I know.
Oh my god!
Were you surprised?
Oh my god! Yes. See, that's the thing. I didn't read the comics, so I was going in fresh, and I kept hearing about it. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna watch the whole thing now, just all the way to the end. And I stayed up till about midnight last night and watched the whole thing. And I mean, it was kind of funny because when it comes to Invincible, like the first episode is kind of run by the numbers, generic, and I think that's what they were going for, because it was like, oh yeah, you got this kid who's the son of, and he's gonna learn his powers, and it was kind of like, all right, I kind of even halfway through, I went, all right, this is not as cracked up as I thought people were making, and then all of a sudden it ends. Or like it does a little, like mid-credit scene, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is the fucking show right here. Okay, now I get it. And then the show just took off, and I could not stop watching, and I just was like, all right, I'm in it. I'm gonna watch the whole thing, and you'll still get surprised by something like that every now, and it's so satisfying when that actually happens. And I was like, thank God.
Yeah, I mean, I nowadays, only because being on YouTube, and doing like the John Campea show, you're covering all this stuff.
Yes.
Like you have to watch. But like I remember in '99, The Matrix was coming out, and I'm like, the Wachowskis. I liked Bound, but I was thinking, Keanu Reeves was in this movie called Johnny Mnemonic, which was a cyberpunk movie that was directed by Robert Longo, who's an artist, and I'm like, it was not very good. And I'm like, okay, well, they're screening The Matrix on the Warner Brothers lot here, and I would go. It was in the new Steve Ross Theater. The theater kicked ass, so I'm like, all right, I'll go. And I think I'd seen the trailer, which looked cool, but I didn't know anything about it.
I remember the first time I saw it was a Super Bowl TV spot, and I was like, "What is going on there?" He's like dodging bullets. Holy
but I didn't know what. So I go in. I was watching this, and I'm following it, and you get to the red pill, blue pill scene, and when he wakes up, and you realize he's a battery, and you see the millions or thousands of people in the big battery things that they're all. And you realize all of humanity. It just blew my mind.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, this is amazing. Like because I had no idea. And it was the last time that I think I ever went into a movie pretty much completely cold.
Yeah.
Not having any idea what it was about, what the plot was going to be. And I miss those days. I miss those days where I went in, I purposefully stayed spoiler free from Infinity War.
Oh,
like I didn't.
Wow.
And so I went with John Schnepp, the late great John Schnepp, and we both had, because Collider Heroes, and we were like, no, we did whatever we could to not know anything as little as we could about Infinity War, and I did the same actually with Endgame, but with Infinity War, he and I were like 2 8-year-old boys sitting next to each other, because everything had happened. Just when Doctor Strange is talking to Tony Stark at the beginning in the Sanctum Sanctorum, and I'm like, I've wanted to see this shit since I was like 4.
Yeah.
And they're talking about Ben and Jerry's ice cream, and I'm looking at this, and then did you just lean against the? I just thought it was I was so wildly entertained. I love the MCU. I don't care what anyone says, because I grew up reading Marvel comics, and it's like it is actually like the experience of reading comics, but writ large on the big screen. And never more so than Infinity War. I'm like, this was like when I was a kid waiting for a big summer crossover event.
Yeah.
And those two movies, while I don't think, of course, Endgame gets a little convoluted, it's not perfect.
No.
But if you grew up reading comics, I can't imagine anything better. Like watching those two movies, I just sit there and I couldn't believe the first Avengers movie. There were times I'm watching this movie, I'm like, I can't believe this movie even exists.
Yeah.
I never thought that I would ever see, because I'd be like, if someone said to me, bruh, they're going to make Avengers movies. And I'm like, no, they're not. You'd have to explain. You'd have to do a movie about Captain America. You'd have to do a movie about Thor.
And they did it.
You'd have to move. Yeah. And I'm like, that will never happen. It's never going to happen. And then if you told me then, well, it will. And not only that, but they're going to make a Guardians of the Galaxy movie and an Eternals.
I remember when that was announced, I went, because I was more of a DC guy growing up, and I went,
right.
And I was like, because I had friends that were Marvel guys, and I was like, wait a minute, Guardians of the what? They're gonna what? And I was like, I was totally going, no way. Why would they even do that? I mean, nobody knows about that. And then they did it, and they pulled it off. And I was like, okay.
Well, that's the crazy. I mean, we live in this world now where we get all this stuff. And I look at most of the things that I look at, I'm like, I can't believe I'm watching this.
Well,
and And
Kevin Smith says that all the time. It's like great time to be alive. I mean, Jesus Christ, we're getting all this content.
It's done with the level of production value and you can do anything. I mean, we're getting the Foundation, a Foundation TV series. When I was a kid, Isaac Asimov's, I had got the Foundation trilogy. It was in one volume from the Science Fiction Book Club when I was like 10. And I was like, they should make a movie of this. After Star Wars came out, I'm like, are they gonna ever do Foundation? And then of course, Dune. I mean, I love Dune. And so when Lynch's movie came out in '84, I was all totally stoked to see that. But now we're gonna get a Foundation series and a new Dune movie in the same year. That we're getting an Eternals movie and a Shang-Chi movie. Like, I used to read Master of Kung Fu, and I'm like, what? And Tony Leung, one of my favorite Chinese actors, is going to be Shang-Chi's father. Like, what is going on? Like, I can't believe. And yet the internet is full of vitriol, which I understand, because when they fuck things up these days, they fuck them up royally. Like, I'm like, how do you mess up? Like, I am, as you might know, I am not a fan of modern Star Trek. Star Trek has been my favorite thing in my life.
Oh, you don't like JJ Star Trek? What?
I wrote and directed a movie with William Shatner that was all about my love of Star Trek.
Enterprise, right? Free Enterprise or something.
Yeah, like that. And I call it the great Star Trek hostage crisis. Since 2009, Star Trek has been. I mean, J.J. Abrams would go on his interviews to promote Star Trek, and he'd be like, "I never liked Star Trek," and I'm like, "Why the fuck did you direct a movie, motherfucker? Come on, like, what? Why do I have to sit through this? Why are you giving this to me?" Oh, we're gonna put the Beastie Boys in. And I'm like, oh, there's the verisimilitude. When I was a kid, I'm listening to music that's 300 years old. As I drive around, I'm going to be listening to harpsichord music, although I probably would have. But I mean, I'm going to listen to Sabotage, and then they're going to bring that Sabotage song back to defeat the alien technology in Star Trek Beyond, because that's believable.
Oh yeah, Beyond. Oof, man, riding a dirt bike on
I want to scoop out my eyeballs with a teaspoon and eat them, so I never have to look at anything ever again after watching those movies.
But the question is, do you want to see the Quentin Tarantino Star Trek that he apparently?
Yeah, I do, because Quentin Tarantino understands archetypes and how to subvert those things, and he'll tell a good story.
He probably
whatever it would be. I mean,
I want to see that.
He's going to tell a good story, whatever that's going to be. I'm a big Quentin Tarantino fan. I mean, I don't think he walks on water, but I'm a big fan of his work, all the way back to, I thought Reservoir Dogs was a knockout when I first saw it. Back in '92, and the independent film boom was happening. Soderbergh and Spike Lee had hit, and then you had people like Kevin Smith and Tarantino coming out, and a bunch of other new young exciting filmmakers that were doing all kinds of great stuff, and a lot of those people went on and are doing stuff even today. But I just look at this, what I feel the people that are working on a lot of these franchise properties don't understand why they were made great in the first place. And it's like, I'm going to bring my agenda, and I'm going to bring, rather than honor the property and work within those parameters, they're going to change the property into what they want them to be.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think that is a failing formula. And because when classical storytelling is classical storytelling for a reason. And there's a reason why the great stories have been around and retold again and again and again. And nowadays I feel like I have to, whatever today's agenda happens to be, let's inject that into these stories. And the problem is the stories don't work.
Yeah.
When I always say on my show,
No,
it's the same. Like Charlie's Angels was designed to be tittillating. Hot girls looking hot, playing with guns, being cops. I mean, and then to turn Charlie's Angels, if you're trying to turn it into some, empowered whatever, it isn't Charlie's Angels anymore.
No,
it doesn't work. And the whole thing is like, when it's like you choose to make Charlie's Angels without understanding what Charlie's Angels is. And I think we're getting a lot of that. We see a lot of that happening where, no, we're going to tell these inclusive stories. I'm like, no, man. It'd be like, can you imagine if somebody was making Game of Thrones, for instance, and they're like, you know what? There's a lot of violence against women, and there's a lot of blood, letting children die. Like, we can't do that anymore. And like, man, did you ever read anything about medieval history? Like it's decidedly not a place that was very nice to people. They don't care about your feelings or what you believe they should. It was history. This is how human beings were never very nice to each other. We've never lived in some utopian civilization. And if you're going to tell these classic stories, people die horribly and awful things happen to good people. And that's what makes storytelling compelling.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of people.
It's very true. I mean, like, but you know, when it comes to like you said, Game of Thrones and the way that stories were told, like, and the way things were, that makes sense. I think like I somewhat disagree with you about the Star Trek thing because my dad was a big, you know, he's a big Trekkie, you know, but we actually do. I maybe not Star Trek Beyond so much, maybe, but the first one I was actually okay with. I was actually okay with like the updated version, you know, like I was actually okay with it. But I mean, I get what you're saying about like, you know, the use of like Sabbath, you know, and like the music.
Well, there's a lot. If we were sitting down face to face, I would have you hating it in an hour.
Okay. I
would have you hating Into Darkness even more.
Like, damn you, JJ. I'll be screaming JJ like I was screaming God.
But no, I mean, a lot of people like those movies, and I think one of the good things about the modern Star Trek films is it's led a lot of people back into the franchise.
True.
You know, and the Star Trek franchise will speak for itself. The original series, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine. I mean, look, if you stick with Deep Space Nine, and it's a very, very rewarding show. And it's a show that also people talk about, well, it has to have diversity and inclusion. Deep Space Nine did all that right. It had an incredibly diverse cast.
Do it right. I mean, I know that's whatever. Yeah, that's the thing is like when it comes to these stories and they're just totally like in your face. I mean, going back to the Charlie's Angels Elizabeth Banks version, it was just kind of like, I remember just going, okay, why? Okay, does every guy need to be either a fucking bumbling idiot or an asshole? I mean, it was like every guy they even made Patrick Stewart just a piece of shit. I'm like, what are you doing to my boy, Patrick Stewart? You know,
they killed him.
Yes.
The end of Picard dies. And he gets resurrected in okay.
Oh shit.
If you're gonna resurrect somebody in an android body why would you want to be resurrected in an android body that looks like your 96-year-old self that has I mean, and by the way, there's an original series episode that was made in 1966 called it was in the first season of Star Trek called What Are Little Girls Made Of, which basically plays those same beats where a scientist has used technology and is creating alien android bodies that you can be transported, you can be moved into, and it retains your personality. And it's shown to be absolutely horrific because you lose your soul when you're put into an android body. That situation was addressed and it was moved past in the first season of the original Star Trek. Cut to Picard, and at the end they kill him and put him in an android body. If I was Picard, I'd be like, well, couldn't you made me like 30 years old if I'm to be in an android body? Why can't I be young and virile and look great? Like, why are you going to make me a doddering old 96-year-old when I could die at any time? Man. I mean, or they could have done something really interesting if they knew that Patrick Stewart was only going to do one season. I know they're making season 2 now, but you could have recast Picard as like a 25-year-old actor.
Yeah.
And he's in an android body that's going to grow or something. But now, I mean, I love that Q's going to come back. Like Q's going to show up and go, oh, you're not really Jean-Luc Picard. The real Jean-Luc Picard's dead. Maybe they'll retcon it or something. He'll just snap his fingers and bring the real Picard back to life.
There it is. Something's gonna probably happen with that. Yes, I haven't watched Picard, and I was like, I heard things about it where it wasn't like, you know. So I didn't really like dive into it. So yeah.
Oh, you should. You should. You should watch it because if you're a TNG fan or you're a fan of the characters, you'll be like, wow, they really did everybody dirty on this show. I mean, the people who they didn't kill, they fundamentally changed all of their characteristics, and they don't resemble the way they were written at all in any of the shows they previously existed in.
See, I'm almost afraid to ask what you thought about the new Mortal Kombat movie now.
Well, you know what? I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
I have not watched. I mean, Mortal Kombat, I thought the first movie was a lot of fun.
Yeah, 95, of course. Yeah,
I mean, it was a hoot for what it was. Now, I like the trailers. I haven't delved into it because it was not one of my touchstones. I mean, I like playing the game.
Yeah.
But it was not something that, I could take it or leave it. But the first movie was fun. The second movie wasn't. And
we all know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said,
Yeah.
Aaron Bailey says Picard wouldn't want to be immortal. That's how he is. Oh, is that?
Yeah, he would want to die.
Yeah.
He wouldn't want to be. I mean, if somebody puts him into an android body, he's like, what the hell is this? Oh, and now you're putting me into an android body and you're telling me it could last as long as I was going to last anyway. You know, I mean, the thing about that whole show is I thought it look, I get it. Like Patrick Stewart was like, I had a great experience doing Logan, and which I loved. I love Logan.
Oh, so good.
And the portrayal of Charles Xavier was great. And the fact that he was losing his faculties and his mental powers, that was also horrifying. You know, and it worked like because of the damage she could do. It was heartbreaking. Yeah. And I felt like in the Picard series, they basically tell you that Jean-Luc Picard, when the going gets tough, he quit and he goes home to his chateau to write books. And right then I'm like, okay, you don't understand this character. And you are now, and I get it because they wanted to do that. They wanted to play that Logan beat.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but that's not what Star Trek is.
No.
You know, people in Star Trek you're dealing with the elite of the elite, the best of the best. Picard's one of the best starship commanders ever. And there's no way you can ever have me believe that Starfleet is going to like, oh, well, we're going to drum you out of Starfleet and you're going to have admirals say to Picard, sheer fucking hubris and all that. Like, give me a break. It was so anti-Star Trek because it's also dystopian. And what's really interesting to me is that at its core, Star Trek is aspirational. It's an aspirational show. And I'll tell you, if you want something that's really aspirational, you want to watch Ron Moore, who worked on Next Generation and Deep Space Nine and Voyager and who co-created the new Battlestar Galactica, watch For All Mankind.
Okay.
For All Mankind, and at the end of the second season, it was a slow burn to get there. The end of the second season of For All Mankind is it has one of the most barn burner final episodes I have ever seen on a TV show. And it was more Star Trek than anything Star Trek has put out since 2009.
There it is.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
And then Eric wanted to ask you about the Axanar.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that. So, yeah.
Axanar was a Star Trek fan film project I got involved with in 2014.
Okay.
And when it was good, when everything was fine, you know, they asked me to do it. My friend Christian Gossett was directing it, and they asked me to edit this film, this Star Trek fan film. And the way they were doing it, they were going to do it like a documentary. And the idea was that they're going to make it a documentary from the 23rd century that was going to be based kind of on the documentary that Band of Brothers had that they made when they did the HBO series Band of Brothers. And they wanted it like that. I'm like, that's really cool. Yeah. And so I was the editor and basically the post supervisor on it. And it went off really well. Tony Todd's in it. You know, Candyman himself is in it. Nice. Richard Hatch, who played Apollo, and Tom Zarek in Battlestar Galactica is in it. J.G. Hertzler, who played Martok in Deep Space Nine, is in it. And it was a great project. And it was crowdfunded. They raised $100,000 and we made it. And we shot it. We raised the money. We shot it. And then it debuted at the San Diego Comic-Con in 2014, and everything went off really well. And then we raised over $1.5 million, and we were going to make a feature film. And then Christian stepped down, and I became the director, and I worked on it, and it all went to hell because the guy that it was his project, he didn't quite understand how movies are made. Like when you get money to make a movie, you have to make the movie. You can't keep the money for yourself. It's got to be
very true.
And so it, even to this day, I mean, I directed one scene from it. And if people want to know more about Axanar, I have made on my YouTube channel, I made 3 documentary pieces about all the things that I was doing for the Axanar feature. I was pre-directing the visual effects before we shot the live action so we could better integrate. We would be able to see. So I did these 3 documentary pieces, and I also did 2 videos about Axanar that's on my the Burnett Work YouTube page, and you can really see what I was trying to do with the feature.
There you go.
So I mean, I think it could have been great.
Yeah.
And they just, Jonathan Lane, this guy, this journalist who has a Fan Film Factor blog, he made a movie in the Axanar universe called Interlude that came out. And it's it's whatever. It didn't have the same level of professional sheen that the Prelude to Axanar movie had, but it's all right. And other fan films, I mean, I think that some fan films are quite good. Like, I really liked Star Trek Continues, and I liked a lot of what James Cawley did with New Voyages. I think there's a lot of great stuff there. And there's a lot of cool Star Wars fan films and Harry Potter fan films. There's a lot of cool fan films. And I think fan films are a great way for people to start cutting their teeth and learning filmmaking, learning how to do visual effects, understanding how movies are made. I think it's a great way to get in. I'm all for it.
I think one of the best, I mean, I don't know, it wasn't really a fan film, but it was like a reimagining of the fight between Vader and Obi-Wan and New Hope.
Yep.
Oh my God, that was
rad.
Fucking amazing. I mean, I remember when I watched that, I was like, I'd be like, you got to watch this. Look at this. Look at this. This is, I mean, just the fact what they did with that and splicing in original footage in between that. I mean, my God, that was just truly amazing what they did with that.
Yeah, no, it was very, very cool. It was very cool.
All right, I got a little fan question here from Carrie. I'm going to try to do this right here. We're going to start getting into Zack Snyder's Justice League territory. So, which we're going to get there eventually, but here we go, right here. Hopefully we can hear it pretty good. Oh, crap. Can't hear it, huh?
I can't hear it, but can they hear it on the stream?
No, I don't know why it's not. Oh, you know what? Okay, hold on. Let me let's see here.
If you're sharing, you got to click that little thing. You share your screen at the bottom left corner to add the audio.
To add the audio. Wow.
Like when you're sharing the screen, right?
Yeah.
Before you hit share screen on the bottom left corner, it says share audio. You got to click the little box.
Wait. Well, I'm hitting the wrong thing here. Hold on a sec. Here, let's see. No, it's not working. What the hell? Why
because if you unshare your screen,
unshare
your screen, and now hit share screen, and before you click on the screen that you want to share, on the bottom left-hand corner there should be a box that says add share audio as well.
Right. Sorry.
You got to click that box.
All right. Hit share screen. Wait, what? See, this is what I don't understand about StreamYard sometimes. It's a share screen. Boop. All right.
I'm thinking about how it's Zoom. Yeah.
Duh. It's right here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. There was totally forgot to check the box. That's
what you got to do.
All right.
Robert, my name is Carrie, and a fan of yours from the Schmodown as well as from Collider Heroes back in the day when it was hosted by the late, great John Schnepp.
Oh, man.
Yes.
You were good friends with. And that's my question is about Schnepp, and wondered on some of your thoughts about him on a couple things. One, I'm wondering what you believe Schnepp would have thought about Zack Snyder's Justice League. And two, what do you think that Schnepp would have thought about the Snyder Cut movement and the fan campaign to get it pushed? One of the things I always appreciate about him, watching him on that show, was he was always about the artist and the creator getting the chance to make the stuff as if they were actively making stuff, something that they have the chance to put it out there. One of the mantras of the Snyder Cut movement was artistic integrity. So our belief was that Zack, but other artists as well, should have the chance to make the work, execute the vision that they have, whatever it might be. And so given that was one of the major aspects of the Snyder Cut movement, and that was also a passion of Schnepp's, I'm very curious to hear some of your thoughts about how Schnepp would have thought about the Snyder Cut movement as well as the final product of Zack Snyder's Justice League. Thanks. Have a good day.
There we go.
Well, first of all, what a great question. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
First of all, John Schnepp was a great guy.
Yes, he was.
And he was a consummate fan, but one of the things he loved more than anything was, like our viewer pointed out, he loved creative endeavor. He loved when people were making things. He loved it when fans made things. He loved it when professionals got to realize their dreams. He loved that. I mean, he thrived on that. And, he was one of the first people that said, I think he might have even said it on Heroes. He was like, maybe one day that there will be a Snyder cut.
No, I think there was a video floating around because I mean, one of the things I remember about Schnepp was he was not a fan of the BVS theatrical, but the night that he saw the ultimate cut and they did a immediate like review, he practically did a 180 flip. He went, "Holy shit, this!" Yeah,
we talked about that a lot, and you know, I was always approaching it from an industry perspective in the sense that I'm like, I never thought there would be a Snyder cut because my whole thing was there were two questions I had. Who would pay for it? Like, you know, people always said, and people throw back in my face, well, Rob, you know, you said this was never going to happen. And I'm like, well, first of all, I always said that every movie has a cut.
Yeah.
A movie has a cut the second day it's in production. So, and they had a long time. I mean, the movie was all the way through principal. You were 4 months into post, but knowing how movies like that are made, they were a long way from ever being finished. And as we've subsequently found out, there was a cut of the movie that was essentially there, but it was nowhere near ready to be shown. You know, the Snyder cut, 2,600 visual effect shots had to be finished.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. I got a lot of heat from some certain people who are like, "Oh, it's finished." I'm like, no.
And I was always saying that, and I even said to people, I go, I bet it's going to cost between 50 or 100 million to finish.
See, yeah,
and
I heard 40, and then we got deemed like the 40 club when it came to some 30.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand. Look, I think that in a way it was kind of religion. We wanted to believe.
Yeah,
and I think Schnepp always said it might have happened, and for me, I'm like, the problem is the movie already came out. So from a studio perspective, if they were going to create Zack Snyder's Snyder cut or whatever, it wouldn't be like him doing 3 versions of Watchmen. It would be something because it was completed.
Yeah.
And they reshot a bunch of stuff. And if they wanted to restore his original vision, there were actors that weren't in the movie. You'd have to go back and like, it's a new movie. Like, it's a whole new thing from a legal and contractual perspective. So I was like, this is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And I'm like, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, because there's no way for them to monetize it.
Yeah.
There's no way for them to get their money back. And so I thought, nah, it's never going to happen because no one's going to put up $50 to $100 million to do it. And it wasn't that. And I also said, it's not anywhere near being finished. And people never understood that because I think, especially if you don't work in the movie business and you don't know how films are made. And like, look, I worked on Superman Returns. You know, I was on the set every single day of principal photography, and I covered it all the way through post. And I made a 3-hour documentary on the making of that film that's on the Superman Returns Blu-ray, which you can get. But knowing how large effects films are made, and I worked on X-Men and X-Men 2, and I worked on Chronicles of Narnia and the Lord of the Rings movies. So I was on and see
exactly how these big movies, exactly,
and did documentaries about that, where I've literally spent years of my life asking people, how do you do this? And
did you have any involvement with the Superman Lives with John Schnepp? I mean,
I'm in it.
Yeah. I know you are, but
I wish he only shot me like this because I look pretty goofy wearing shorts and a sport coat, but whatever. I threw.
I love that. I love that documentary, and I want to see something like that for Justice League Mortal, the George Miller.
Oh yeah,
I want to see.
Schnepp was doing that. He was doing a whole thing. But so I talked about the Snyder Cut a lot. Schnepp would have been the first person on board.
Oh yeah,
the Snyder Cut movement. He would have been all for that. But he also would have said, like, look, you've got to approach this with an understanding of how the business works.
Yep.
The Snyder Cut movement, they never put forth, well, how is this going to make money? Because it wasn't their job to. But you have to ask yourself, because people think that studios are just sitting on piles of money, and they're not. They borrow money to make movies.
Yeah.
And when they do that, that means you have to have some place where the money's going to come back to you. So if you spend 50 to 100 million, where's that money going to come back from? Now, I said on my show back in November of 2019, when HBO Max was coming together, I said on my show, I said, you know what? Now the Snyder Cut could happen. Now, I had no idea that at the time, November of 2019,
were happening.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
But I said with HBO Max, because however they're going to do it, and however it's now, there's a place where they have a place where the money can go or come from, where they're actually spending the money to create programming for HBO Max. And once that happened, I was like, you know what? I even said, I think it could happen now, because obviously that there was enough interest in the fan community and the fans. You got to give the Snyder Cut movement a lot of credit. It would not have happened if there was no Snyder Cut movement.
Nope.
They literally, it's one of the great epic wins for fandom. Really, it really is. And there's other things that people need to understand. The movie was mostly shot already.
Yeah.
So it's not like they had to, Zack Snyder went back and shot more of the nightmare sequence, but even some of that had already been shot. He just needed to get things that he needed to insert into the footage that was already there. Like Ben Affleck and Jared Leto, they never met when they shot those sequences.
It was 2 different days. Yeah.
2 different days. So they shot like 4 minutes or something for that sequence, but everything else was already shot. It was in the can. And that was another thing that made it doable. Is that, and you hear about, and I believe me, I've read every single interviews or listened to every single interview Zack Snyder's given. I mean, he had his black and white 4.5 or 4 hour cut on his laptop. That's what he had, and so he was able to look at that. And what people don't understand is you could sit down and watch that from beginning to end. People say, "Oh, I've seen it." It just needs to have a few effects done. It's like people don't understand what they're seeing. They don't get it. I'm just telling you that even people in the industry, you're like, look, you try and explain to people like, look, you got to understand this movie's it's not finished. And then there'll be a scene where a phone won't ring in the cut that you'll show them. You forgot to put in the phone ringing, or it just didn't render or whatever. And the first person, somebody who's in the industry, will say when they watch your cut, they'll go, you're going to put a phone ringing in that place, aren't you? Oh no, I thought I was just going to leave it out.
Yeah,
of course you are.
We're going to put it.
I mean, so people don't quite get that. So he had that, and it was all shot. Yeah. So once HBO Max is like, we need a way to convince people to come on our, sign up for our platform. And when they think about it, I mean, you read, they thought it was going to be $30 million or something. And then imagine you have to negotiate with the guilds, like the Writers Guild, the Directors Guild, IATSE. There's all, and then contracts. If you were cut out of the theatrical cut of Justice League, do you think that somebody's going to be like, "Oh, you're doing a new one? Just put me back in, coach."
Oh yeah, but like this, put me in, coach. Yeah,
nope.
No,
it ain't show friends, it's show business. Pay me.
Exactly. No. Like, when it came to all that, and then there was like the whole back and forth, like, is it going to be a series or is it going to be a movie? And then all of a sudden, people were going back and forth, because I heard that, I when I wasn't fully talking to Zack yet, I was talking to somebody who was in touch with him, and he goes, yeah, he pitched it as a series because, that does sound better when it comes to a streaming service. Yes. But then the whole logistics of paying these people
for 4 episodes.
Exactly.
It's
a whole different beast. It's a whole different
it's like you're doing 4 episodes. Oh, that means you get paid 4 times, right?
Exactly.
Because each episode becomes its own thing, from a contractual standpoint, and in terms of SAG, and like the SAG is the Screen Actors Guild.
Yes.
And there are rules that have to be followed. So I have to tell you, when I heard that negotiations started in November of 2019, I'm like, this had to have been one monumental pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
The fact, like the studio and HBO Max and everybody involved in making sure the Snyder Cut happened, they moved mountains.
They did.
That was a Herculean task. I mean, you think back to the scene where Ezra Miller saves the Iris West scene. Think about that. You've got the truck driver, right? He wasn't in the movie. Nope. The woman at the dog store, the pet store, she wasn't
around. Yeah.
She wasn't in the movie. The extras, well, they're not. The extras are day players, but these are all people that had. I guess Iris West didn't say anything, but still, they were cut out of the movie. They were paid, and now they're being put into a new. Yeah. The reason it's called Zack Snyder's Justice League is because it's not Justice League. It's a different thing. It has a different copyright. For all intents and purposes, it is a different movie entirely. And what people forget to think about is, because of that, the contracts are all different. Nothing is the same. You have to go back and in there and reclassify it. It has to be recopywritten. you know, and there's all of these legal things that people don't ever think about, especially because why would they? If you don't understand how movies are made from a business standpoint, you'd never think about this stuff.
No, you wouldn't.
So no, you just wouldn't think about it. So
yeah. And one of the things was like Snyder was, I mean, Zack was like really good at like, you know what? I know I'm gonna, you know, he started posting images on Vero. Yeah. And then it got everything kind of riled up, and he was like, you know what? I got a fan base here, it seems. Let's see what happens, you know. And then when SnyderCon happened, I mean, that's one of the things that a lot of the fans went, oh no, he said it's done. He said it's done. But even when you watch that video, you could tell it's like, well, he's saying that he has a cut, a finished cut. But yeah, start to finish, there's a runtime, sure. But there's going to be little things in the middle that you're, you know, that, like you said, previs and everything like that.
They've had to do, Deborah Snyder said, 2,600 visual effect shots.
I mean,
that had to be, that is an enormous, I mean, to tell somebody to compare and contrast, Tenet had 300. The Snyder Cut had 2,600, because when you're shooting against green screen, it's all an effect shot. You know,
everything's an effect shot. Yeah, just the littlest thing right here. And I'm going to bring in one of my buddies, Mr. Scott McClellan, to join the panel here. What's up?
Hello, Scott.
How you doing, Scott?
Hey, you timed this perfectly. I just had a chance to finish watching Warrior before.
Yeah. Great movie. I saw you tweeted about that. You guys were reviewing that or whatever the hell?
We're gonna do it for Squadcast Movies tomorrow night. Yeah, that's gonna be this week's episode. Is us talking about Warrior. My first time. Tim picked a movie.
It's good stuff. It's a great movie.
Very good movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. Preview. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, you should. You should. Indeed, you should. But right now, yeah, we're just kind of talking about, of course, you know, it's shocking. We're talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League right now.
No, really, Dave. You talk.
Me?
You talk about that. You talk about that on Friday night. Really?
Yeah, I know, right? Seriously.
But you know, look, I think one of the great feats, the fact that HBO got behind it, and it actually got done.
Yeah.
Again, that's amazing. It's, and by the way, I loved it.
No, yeah.
I mean,
that's the thing.
Was it metal?
It was that. Well, that's what started the whole thing. I mean, like, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be straight up honest with all of you. I'm not the most metal guy in the world, but I appreciate the metal nature. Like, when I say metal's like a state of mind. But when I'm thinking like album covers, you know, that Molly Hatchet cover with Frazetta's Death Dealer, you know, that classic cover of the guy with the horned demon on a horse with his big axe.
Yeah,
that there is a sensibility that goes along with whether it's prog rock album covers from the 70s or Boris Vallejo paintings or Frank Frazetta paintings, something that is decidedly metal. I mean, it's not just the color palette, it's the whole attitude, it's the whole storyline. It's like, look, I love the 66 Batmobile. The 66 Batmobile is not metal, but the Justice Mobile from Batman v Superman and Justice League, that's fucking metal, dude. That's fucking metal with those big guns and I mean, that shit is formidable, and that becomes metal. I mean, Darkseid, the whole Apocalypse and Granny Goodness and
good Lord, right?
You know, and of course Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf in Justice League is decidedly unmetal. But the Steppenwolf in Zack Snyder's Justice League, metal, you know, and which one would you rather see on a hard rock album cover? I would rather see the Steppenwolf that's in
you want to
Zack
see
Snyder
fucker,
yeah. I mean, and that's what I started saying that about the Snyder Cut, and people started throwing it back to me and saying, "Is that metal, Rob?" And I'm like, "It's fucking metal." So I just started one night doing this midnight metal show that I do on my channel, which I'm going to do tonight.
Yeah,
where you know, it was sort of this free form thing. But I have to say that, like you asked about John Schnepp would have loved to have seen Zack's vision realized. And I think whether you like Zack Snyder's vision for these characters or not, he has a very distinct vision. And he's presenting a vision in a certain way. And I love the fact that he's embraced the mythic nature of the, you know, people always say that, well, the DC characters are gods and the Marvel characters are more men that have become demigods. But I've always liked that, and I think that there's this operatic, grand scale to what Zack Snyder was doing that is unique to him. And so when you're seeing his version of Justice League, and I loved it. Was so funny because people like, you're just a hater, Rob, when I was saying that the Snyder cut wasn't going to happen. And I'm like, but I loved Man of Steel.
Yeah.
You know, I love Man of Steel, and I have the Hot Toys, and I loved the Ultimate. I think the Batman v Superman it's overstuffed. Like I would have watched a movie just with Batman and Superman having philosophical debates. I don't think they needed Doomsday. I think that the fight between them, it would have been really interesting to see more of Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent go at each other in the real world, and then at night Superman and Batman are going at each other, you know, and they could have made a movie out of that, and Wonder Woman has to kind of come in and referee, but they could have done something more philosophical. But I thought throwing in Doomsday was just a little too much. It just went, but I do like the especially the Ultimate Cut. There's a feel to it. Yes. That is very mythic and operatic, and it's very Wagner, like the Ring of the Nibelung cycle, like Götterdämmerung and all those. If you know Wagner, they use a lot of Wagner's music in Excalibur, and I like that because
Snyder likes Wagner. Yeah,
well, it's like nothing else, man. It's his, and to see when you go back and you watch the Snyder cut. Now, if I was as an editor myself, I probably would have speeded some. There are things about the Snyder cut overall. I love the Snyder cut, but there are things like, for instance, when Aquaman is going into the water and you have the scenes where the girls are singing like it sounds like it's a hymn. They spend a lot of time on that song. And I would have done things like it clearly, because Aquaman's like a god. He's bringing fish to these people. They've known him for a long time. And him going into the sea, I really liked that. But I would have, instead of having the girls sing the song for so long, I would have had that song linger on, cut down the girls, but you would have heard the song go on into the next scene with Martha Kent, you know, driving away from the farm. And I just would have done a little bit of compression. But for the most part, that's just me. But I loved watching it. I mean, the fact that I get to watch a 4-hour Justice League movie. Right. I mean, this was a childhood dream made flesh. I'm like, with Darkseid in it, and you know, it was, and at the end, it was with Granny Goodness. Even though you see a glimpse, the fact that he even stuck that in there, I'm like, this is amazing. Like, what's not to love about all of this? And I loved it, you know. And look, it's an acquired taste. You know, I might not, like, I can take my mom, and my mom could go see Captain America, the first Avenger, and she'd love it. Oh, it's the 40s. I love this. I don't know if I would show my mom Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yeah. I don't think she'd dig it as much as she would say, and that's fine. But I look, man, I've pre-ordered 2 different Steelbook versions of the 4K. So I can't wait to get it. But look, you know what? I'm like, if you don't think we live in amazing times, right? The Snyder cut, the fact that it wasn't just the fans who stuck with it, you know, and did all they could to get that done. The fact that Zack Snyder himself, when he started dropping stuff on social media, I'm like, this is genius. because come on, he knew exactly what he was doing. Oh, dude, stoking the flames and just, you know. And God love, another thing about Zack Snyder is God love what Netflix did for him. You know, Army of the Dead. Dude. Now here's the $100 million question. Actually, it's probably a $400 million question. Should the SnyderVerse be restored? Yeah, that's what I was going to get to next. I was going to get your opinion on that. Well, I would say, in a way, it never went away because Zack Snyder cast Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. True. And I think that the first Wonder Woman was very much in the vein of Snyder's universe. Jason Momoa obviously made $1 billion in his movie. But the real question is, would Zack Snyder come back, or should he come back and do the conclusion of the other 2 movies in this saga? Yeah. And I would have to say the problem is, and I speak purely from a business standpoint, I don't think it will ever happen. Because unlike the Snyder cut, which was already shot,
Yeah.
They spent $300 million, making that movie. In order to do what people want done, you're looking at probably a $500 million investment. And I don't know if anyone's going to be making movies that are that expensive. And I don't know, honestly, if Zack Snyder, he's got a good thing going with Netflix. Not only is Army of the Dead coming out in just a few weeks, they made a prequel series. They're doing an animated series. He's in business with Netflix. Does he want to even come back and do? I mean, I could see him maybe coming back and doing a series or something, but what about all the other actors? There's so many things. There's so many. I mean, will those actors come back and how much would they charge? I mean, it's such an expensive proposition that and I ask people, I implore people to try and think of it from a business perspective. How can they justify the cost of what it would take to make those movies?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can.
Scott, what do you think?
I mean, I feel like I've expressed my opinion enough with, over on DC Film Squadcast that I'm stuck in between a rock and a hard place of the things that I want as a fan.
Yeah.
But then the thing that I want personally for Zack, especially when Tim and I got to talk to him at Justice Con and we got to talk to him all about Army of the Dead, it was so much fun to get to talk to him about that and just to see the energy and the enthusiasm and to hear what Debbie and Wesley had to say about Netflix and what Zack had to say about Netflix. And I just know as a DC fan what a royal pain in the ass the last 3 years have been being a DC fan.
Yeah.
Being a DC fan that liked the flavor that I was getting with Zack's movies. Like it's not been fun the last 3 years. I don't enjoy having to argue and fight for someone to give me the product that I want to spend my money on. I don't psychologically get off on that. It's anathema to what I think the way it should work. I'm telling you what I want to spend tons of money on, as can be seen by how much stuff I have purchased over the last 3 months. It's insane.
I mean, I pre-ordered the Hot Toys Nightmare Batman and Black Suit Superman.
My first hot toy.
Oh man,
my first hot toy ever was that.
I'll tell you what I want. I want the Deathstroke, the Terminator versus Ben Affleck's Batman movie.
See, that's what that's what I was going to get to.
And I think that's a possibility.
That is a possibility.
I think it's because they were writing that script.
Yes.
And I'm sure that there's iterations of that script that are pretty great. I would love to see Ben Affleck come back and direct it. He's made 4 movies for Warner Brothers. He made Gone Baby Gone, The Town, Argo, which won Best Picture, and he made Live by Night. Live by Night was an expensive movie that didn't make much money, but his other 3 movies, actually, it's still a very good, very handsomely made film. Seeing Joe Manganiello as Deathstroke, and even in the nightmare sequence that they added, I'm like, I want that movie so damn bad because, first of all, I'm an old school Teen Titans fan. Marv Wolfman and George Perez.
Yes.
One of my favorite team books. And, now it seems old hat to say, but when I was reading that shit, the Judas contract, I'm like, wait, what? Like when I was reading that and you found out that Tara's, she was working for Deathstroke and she comes down in a little negligent. I'm like, what is going on here?
Like she's sleeping with. I mean,
I couldn't believe it. And I love the Terminator. I love Deathstroke. And to see that iteration of Deathstroke go up against, and look, to me, that's how they left that movie off. The movie ended. Snyder's cut of that movie.
That's what it was supposed to be.
And to me, I don't think we're going to get Zack Snyder's Justice League again. But in terms of if the SnyderVerse continues, give me that Batman Terminator movie because I can see that actually happening.
See, and that's what I'm talking about. We're going to be also joined by Mr. Chainsaw Reacts. What's up, sir?
Hey.
I was watching the stream and I was just hearing Robert just talk about all this stuff, and I'm like, I got to get in on this.
Yeah. I know. He DM'd me. I was like, hey, man, you want in? Let's do this,
Just speaking quickly about the Joe thing and Deathstroke. he's been talking so much about it, and I'm like, just do it. Just
Yeah.
do it. Once he mentioned Batgirl was going to be in the mix, I'm like, okay, you sold me. I'm ready. Just give me that movie. And the fact that it ends with Lex is like, oh, by the way, he's Bruce Wayne. Like, oh, so like,
and Robert, to your point, budget constraints wise, you know, that's not going to cost what a Justice League 2 or 3 is going to cost.
No, it won't, because you know, you do it like it's not like Christopher Nolan's movies weren't expensive, but you go to Chicago and shoot it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't like when Zack Snyder is shooting against green screen. It is very, very expensive when you're shooting a lot of green screen, because every shot becomes an effect shot. Yeah. Every shot has compositing to do. Every shot has to have a background created. So that the way he shoots and his visualization is it's very reliant on VFX. But if you like it, and I'm sure the end, but even look at the way it looks when he goes to talk to Lex at the end, when they're actually on a boat, like water.
That was an actual boat.
It was a real boat. And that's how you make the movie and keep the price down.
Yes.
And I don't know look, I don't know the DC universe and the Marvel universe, between all this multiverse stuff like The Flash, Michael Keaton and Ben Affleck and Ezra Miller. I mean, to me, that's also a continuation of the SnyderVerse, because these characters are moving forward. And I think that Zack Snyder should produce the Batman movie that Ben Affleck directs.
See, and then another thing too is like, and I've even ran this by, you know, the man himself. It's like, okay, so you had all this, you know, Justice League 2 and 3. You had the rest of the arc that you wanted for Superman. I mean, obviously you're busy, because mind you, he's also got another sci-fi fucking franchise he's gonna pitch also too. He's gonna be pretty busy. I'm like, all right, so what if if you were to like, hey, I'm not going to be as hands-on. I'm not going to be full-on director. With Justice League 2 and 3, we're going to end up being, you know, something. Maybe you just were like, hey, I'm producer, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I'll direct the first episode, but then take the reins, somebody else. And he's like, yeah, totally. That's 100%. Yeah, somebody take on what I had planned. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. And I know some people are like, no, it's either going to be Zack Snyder or nothing. I'm like, no, you can't think of it like that, because you know, the man is not going to wait around for fucking Warner Media. Man, obviously, we still haven't even got like full-fledged numbers from HBO Max. He's not going to wait around. He's going to continue on. He's got Army of the Dead coming out. He's going to start shooting latitudes.
Which should be great. I want to see that.
Yes, exactly. I'm actually craving a Zack Snyder non-super, you know, green screen. So is he. He's like, yeah, finally I can make a film that doesn't have green screens everywhere.
Well, it's like the stuff he did with Man of Steel, like with young Clark, you know, in the backyard, and his father and stuff I mean, and that's the thing. I think people have to remember, you know, this is not exactly the happiest time in Zack Snyder's life.
No.
I mean, not now, it probably is, but when he was doing this whole project, and the fact that he got to finish it for him personally is I'm sure a huge triumph, creatively and personally, and what it means to him. That fact that he dedicates the film to his daughter who passed away, and if I were him, I would move on. You know, it's why jump back in? And I think as fans, we're selfish, but I think like it was an epic win. Everybody got what they wanted, and let it go and support all of his future endeavors and see where he's going to take it. But then go and be like, look, man, I think Ben Affleck because what I love about the idea of Terminator going up against Bruce Wayne is, in a way, they're equals.
Yes.
You know, in different ways. you the Dark Knight detective, they're both brilliant guys. They're incredible fighters. And you could have a movie where they're almost like the way the Joker is sort of a mirror image of Batman. The Deathstroke, Slade Wilson, is a mirror image of Bruce Wayne. You know, Slade Wilson, a rich, worldly guy, a mercenary, but he's also Deathstroke the Terminator. And he does different things. He's worked in different worlds than Batman, than Bruce Wayne does. I mean, Bruce Wayne's tied to Gotham, whereas Deathstroke is a man of the world. And to watch those two guys go at each other, that could be one great movie. unlike anything that we've seen before as far as superheroics are concerned. I mean, it could be a really good movie.
And you heard like Joe talk about like how he wanted to be like, you know what, I want to be as I want to ground him. I'm not, let's not get into the super serum stuff yet. It's just I want it to be he's Batman's equal. And I mean, just everything that he's explained about it, like his pitch about it, and then Ben Affleck, being so excited that, oh yeah, I'm gonna have Deathstroke as my villain. So let's release this test footage as before I get on a fucking plane. I love that. That's so awesome that Ben Affleck was like, you know what? I'm just gonna I'm gonna post this on Twitter, Deathstroke test footage, and I'm gonna get on a plane and see what happens. And it blew.
Did he do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I got Justice Con. I think he's even mentioned before, but Joe, I interviewed Joe and he said, yeah, basically Ben Affleck was like so excited. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to post this on Twitter and then I'm going to get on a plane, turn my phone off, get on the plane. What Ben Affleck did. Crazy, right? It just shows you right there.
Well, I love when
talk about metal.
I love when Ryan Reynolds was on the Graham Norton show explaining how Deadpool happened and how they tried for a long time to get it done, and then he's explaining that somehow this test footage got on the internet, and Graham Norton's like, "Oh, really? How it got on the internet? And how?" And Ryan Reynolds is like, "I don't know how it got on the internet." Yeah, I mean, okay. And what's interesting is what's interesting about Hollywood now is more so than ever. Everyone wants to make IPs and things because they want something to have been successful in one iteration first, whether it was a video game, whether it's a comic book, whether it's a novel, whatever it is, it proves that there's already an audience for this thing because Hollywood is so risk averse because of how much money movies take to get made now. So that's why everyone's IP. It has to be something previously existing so we can throw money into it. Well, when you have something like Deathstroke, Deadpool, if you look at Deadpool and the way that evolved, how they were going to make this and then they threw that footage out and they made the first Deadpool basically for $65 million, which seems really, it's still expensive. That's not chump change, but compared to other superhero movies, it was very satisfying. And you had somebody like Tim Miller who had an effects company, he did the Injustice, that great Injustice movie with the Justice League. For the video game, it was like the video game promo.
Well, even that the Batman, Origins, when it showed like Bruce, and then Bruce, and then Bruce, and then Bruce. I mean, it was so well made.
I mean, by throwing that out there and seeing the resoundingly positive response to that Deadpool footage, the Deadpool footage, it's a way of manipulating and proving out there those analytics. You can look at how many times do people watch this on the internet, and it's like, ooh, let's say 50 million people watch it. Then they're like, well, if 50 million people watch this little video, this test video, those same 50 million people might pay $10 or $20 to go see this movie. And you're looking at $500 million or $1 billion gross. And in the case of Deadpool, it was what, 750 million? Mm-hmm. So that's it costs 65 million, marketing costs, however much, even if they had a great marketing budget, let's double that to 150 million. So, yeah. or 130 million, double, and they spent as much on marketing as they did in the movie. It still made 750 million. And if you go by Hollywood math, you have to make 4 times what it cost, and you're still ahead of the game, by a wide margin. So that was a big win. So if they do the same thing, if they were able to make a Batman movie for say 90 million, that would be an epic win. God. And I think someone like Ben Affleck could do that. And what I find interesting is that, there's not a lot of people don't think about cost cutting when they're making these big budget movies. They're like, well, they're going to cost 150 million to 200 million. But I would be like, you know what? You've got to pull back your thinking, and a Deathstroke versus Batman movie. Don't call it that though, please. Please don't. But you could do that movie, and if the philosophy behind it was like, okay, we're going to make this for less than $100 million, that way you're assured that's almost a slam dunk. And if you have Ben Affleck, who's already directed a Best Picture winner for Warner Brothers, if they don't see the value in doing something like that, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
because between with that budget, then it becomes attractive where Warner Brothers was like, "Bob, I can't say no to that because we'll put this out in theaters and we can make somewhere between 500 million and $1 billion and then put it on HBO Max." I mean, that's a win-win for everybody. But again, it has to be, you'd have to convince somebody, could you make that movie for say $90 million or $95 million? Could you do it? And it's tough. It's a hard thing to do. And now there's all kinds of new technologies. Like we know that the Mandalorian, the Lucasfilm Stagecraft technology that is being used, they're using it on Thor, Love and Thunder. And I'm curious to see ultimately to find out, how does that affect big budget superhero films? Does it bring the budget down significantly? Because you still have to generate what's behind you, and it's still, does it hold? Because you can tell that there are production limitations. Like even when you watch The Mandalorian, it's great technology, but there are still limitations to what can be done.
Yes.
And you'd have to see, but we're getting more. That's what the great thing about film is. The technology is always advancing.
Well, I was actually going to ask about the Stagecraft thing, because that's something that's been brought up about if Zack was to do 2 and 3, would Stagecraft be a good way to go instead of traditional green screen? I mean, in general, Hollywood, I think if they're using on Thor, Love and Thunder, if it's successful in terms of keeping costs down or just helping with locations, the MCU, like Kevin Feige, could start going more in that direction for future films.
Oh, I think everybody's going to go in that direction. I mean, it's
going,
yeah. It's amazing technology, but again, it's just another tool, and it really depends how it's wielded,
how it's utilized.
Yeah.
And we're also going to be joined by Mr. Enosh from Poindexter Lounge. What's up, sir?
What's up, guys?
Hello there. How are you?
Hey, Robert. Good, man. How are you?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you as well. Always good to hear you. I could just sit in the back and listen to Robert talk all night long.
That's what I'm probably. That's pretty much what I've been doing all night.
Absolutely.
For you, by the way.
But luckily, we have like a love of old film and old horror films that we and then our love of John Woo films. That was kind of where we kind of really connected. Where it's we both loved slow motion gunfights with doves.
That's right.
So that's where we really connected. And I was like, there it is, right there.
I have a great 6-scale figure of Chow Yun Fat from A Better Tomorrow.
Oh shit!
So,
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
What you trying to pull out there, Scott?
I had toys, Enoch.
That's the thing. That's the thing. We're you
got toys.
We're in the mix of all these toy.
I got one.
Yeah,
those are McFarlane. Those are McFarlane's, right?
Yes, these are McFarlane.
Those are great.
My Jon Stewart just came in earlier this week, and my Batman Beyond is supposed to come in tomorrow.
Oh, heck yes. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I just unboxed this, much to the chagrin of somebody. I was like, dude, they make millions of these, man. It's okay. It's
and
McFarlane
it's got
figure.
accessories and stands.
I know, man. It's
take it out of the box.
Yeah, I mean, I take my hot toys.
Yeah.
These
are one of the ones you got to take out of the box, and have some fun with. So.
Exactly.
What do you got?
Bringing it? Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Nice.
Look at that! Open it up. Oh.
I should. You know what? I've really never taken this. I've never really opened this figure, to be honest. As a matter of fact, I have never opened this figure.
Oh, an exclusive! Exclusive!
I mean, people have seen these before, but I have honestly, I've never opened this figure up.
Well, I'm gonna make you the main.
Oh, Robert, we still got to do that toy show, man.
We do.
I'm telling you, because Enosh, I mean, geez, he'll match you. Look at this.
I know. Hang on.
I'm just glad for the zoom in, because suddenly I get to see Vampirella over his shoulder. So
right. So here you is your hot toy. Here's your hot toy box.
Look at that.
And what's cool is the cape is actually coming through.
Oh, nice.
Out there. So that's pretty cool. I've got so much stuff on my desk. It's such an unruly mess. But
by the way, what a great T-shirt.
Oh, thank you. A lot of
V
people are like, what is that?
I know. Heck yeah.
They don't know what that is. But
no. What is the T-shirt? I didn't even notice.
This is the insignia of the Alien Invaders from the miniseries V from the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Not the Marina Baccarin one.
Nice.
So wait, let me take this out.
You'll be proud, Robert. So
wow,
some friends got together, and they actually purchased me the Zack Snyder's Justice League set with Black Suit Superman.
Oh yeah,
it's my first hot toy. It's my first hot toy.
This figure is dope. I love
Oh
this
my
figure.
gosh.
God, dude, look at the detail on that shit.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is I got to take all the foam out of here, but it also comes with a different head sculpt, and I'm sure people already know this.
Yeah.
But this lights up.
Oh wow,
So, and it's him using his heat vision.
that's awesome.
But boy, do I love these figures. They it comes with batteries. So your Hot Toys are great when it comes with these little watch batteries, so you can put in the head. But yeah, and then of course it comes with different hands.
Of course, yes.
But it's funny. I've had this figure for quite some time, and I've
Never taken it out.
My God, this is a great figure. And what's interesting is I didn't get the Batman v Superman figures, but I have the Man of Steel Superman. But obviously, this suit is much bluer. It's much brighter. But wow, I'm so happy to have this because I have all the Justice League figures that are out, but I hope they make a Cyborg. Please,
of course.
Please, Hot Toys, please make a Cyborg.
Please do that because he is the heart of the story. Come on.
I know. That is the dope figure.
I'm excited. I'm excited to get my first Hot Toys, man, with that set, that Black Suit Superman and Nightmare Batman. Like I was blown away when my friends told me they were getting that for me. So,
but the problem is it doesn't come out till third quarter of 2022.
I know. So I got to wait.
But the best part is that I can do a $50 payment plan per month to make it very affordable.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about it. The beautiful thing, but that's a really great 2-pack. And I didn't get that Nightmare Batman when they first made it available, so I'm happy when Hot Toys reissues things and I can pick them up.
But some things you got to wait for. I mean, I convinced my wife to actually let me drop the money on the HasLabs Razor Crest, and I was like so excited, and then the next week they blew up the freaking Razor Crest.
Yeah, but it's still awesome.
I know. But I was watching it, and so some friends of ours use it as a drop because we were doing a watch party, and all of a sudden I'm like, no, no.
That was pretty painful.
Oh, it was. It was. I felt that one.
That was like the red wedding of the Mandalorian. They should have played the Reigns of Castamere over the end credits.
No, I'm still dealing with the fact that I've started my payments on that Weta Darkseid statue.
Yeah, you got that, right?
Yeah, I did.
Oh man,
yeah,
how awesome! How awesome is that statue?
Dude, it is amazing.
I'm just now starting to dabble into like smaller statues, I mean, like I got some GI Joe ones, and so I started with Cobra Commander and like Serpentor from GI Joe and Deathstroke and stuff. So I'm working my way up to bigger ones, but it'll be a while before I get something like that Darkseid, man.
You got to understand, Enosh, I've been working for years because I have the entire DC Collectibles would do great statues. So I've got the designer series. I have every Bombshell statue.
Those are great.
I have every single one. The one that hurts me is that when AT&T closed down the collectibles line, there was a Huntress statue that was supposed to come out with her in in leather pants with an electric guitar. She's gonna be like a 50s rocker, and that one's never coming out now. And the pre-order hasn't been canceled yet, but I'm like, but dude, you guys aren't making it, so stop teasing me like it's still something I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
Yeah, we live again in a wondrous age of amazing stuff. Do you guys ever watch a channel, Gem Mint Collectibles?
No, I have not.
I've seen it.
Okay, he's this guy. I think he lives in Texas. I love this guy, and he collects omnibuses, hardcover. He has an incredible. I love my omnibuses. I have a lot, but I don't have nearly as many. He has every DC and every omnibus that comes out. So he reviews omnibuses and everything, but he also reviews and collects statues. And I don't collect statues, but I watch his channel religiously because he does, like Justin, who does Hot Toys figures, he reviews all the statues, like Prime 1 statues. And I love watching his channel, living vicariously through him, because there is so many awesome, he gets in everything that's cool. And you look at this and you're like, oh my God, where would I put that? My girlfriend's like, you better not start buying statues. Hot Toys figures is one thing, but these things are like 4 feet tall, man.
Yes.
And I'm like, what can I say, honey? I need it. Uh-oh, Elizabeth Bell, my girlfriend, is in this chat. She just said, so many figures still in boxes, free the toys. So many are still in boxes. She wants to open up all my toys.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm one of those too, where I'm like, when I get a Funko Pop, I mean, some people are like, no, don't take it out of the box. And I'm like, why? Why not? Why can't I take? I mean, they're fun. They're fun. I want to take it out of the box, but I know some people are like, they frown upon that, and it's like,
well, the idea of that is that you're supposed to be holding on to its value.
Yeah, I get that. But
and so the idea is you're actually then buying your toys because you're going to sell them one day and you're going to make how much money?
Exactly.
Why not buy Bitcoin or something, or stocks, or invest in real estate?
Yes.
I mean, you're not going to make that. I mean, Hot Toys are pretty stable investment, but still.
Yeah.
That's
what I tell people. People come over to my house and they just walk through the house and they're just like, this is so amazing. You could sell all this stuff and make bank. And I'm just like, no, that's not why I collect. And like, I've got some cool stuff, but like, that's not, you gotta collect it just because you love it, because you love being surrounded by it.
Yeah. And it's yes. And it's a look. Yes, that's true. You can make some money on, but even if let's say you buy a Hot Toys figure for $200 and you can sell it for $600. Hey, you made $400. I mean, that's not going to get you on a vacation to Tahiti.
No.
I mean, you'd have to have like 100 Hot Toys that you could sell for a profit of 200% or something, and then you might have something. But then you would also have had to spend the money to have enough Hot Toys figures to make that worth your while. And I think now, even the Hot Toys that are worth, like if you go back and you look at vintage Hot Toys, like ones that came out like 15 years ago, they came out with all of the alien colonial marines from Aliens.
Oh,
but at the time they didn't have the likeness rights for the characters, so they made the colonial marines, but the faces, the costumes were really cool, but the faces weren't like Apone did not look like Apone, and Michael Biehn Hicks did not look like Hicks, and Hudson did not look like Hudson. They kind of did, but not really. And one I still have is I've got Ripley and the Power Loader, the Hot Toys Ripley and the Power Loader, but they were going to redo that. But those are like worth money, but again, they're not as good as they could be. And at the end of the day, just I don't know. Toys are meant to be opened.
Well, see, I'm on both sides. William, I saw, is in the chat, and he was giving me a hard time because he's the one that I opened up the Green Lantern on, because there are some toys that I have that I absolutely want to keep in the box just because I love the packaging. I love
and you should.
And some are meant to be displayed that way. And then some, like this, it's like if they're mass produced and I can just go get one at any time and it's not that big of a deal and it's a $20 figure, like, I've got some now, all of my Star Wars Black Series figures, I keep all those in the box. That's why I've got a whole wall full of them, because I like the way that they display that way, and they're cool
they
like
look
that.
cool on the wall.
See that.
Yeah. But some stuff, I just want to be able to have out and be able to, manipulate and play with and pose and do things. And my wife is funny. She collects as well. And so she's got all of her stuff up in our room, and she's got a side room that she's got stuff in. But during last year, she was officing from home, and so she had to use my office. And she would just tell me, she's like, I get it. She's like, I always did get it, but now I get it even more. She's like, because even the roughest days that I've had during all of this, working and everything, she's like, how can you stay down or be upset when like you look up and you're looking at Star Wars and He-Man and wrestlers? And,
I'm right there with you.
And I'm like, yeah, it brings me joy. It brings me happiness. And so
it's kind of like right now where I'm positioned, I'm just looking at my bookshelves and I just see tons and tons of books, and that just makes me other people see a big cluttered mess, and I just see things that make me happy. Like books stacked everywhere, just like I get to hold it, I get to smell it, I get to touch it. Like it's just
nothing wrong with that.
Some people have flowers. I have paperbacks. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, even like I used to have books like right behind me, and I had this idea. I'm like, You know, I have these 7 samurai action figures from the movie that I bought 15 years ago. I hadn't taken them out of the box that they were in. I had them displayed in various places, but they hadn't been displayed here in a long time. You can't really see them all, but they're right here. And I put them up. I like took them out and put them up. And I love seeing. Then I have this. This is Toshio Mifune as Yojimbo. This is Tom Cruise as Nathan Algren from The Last Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put Maximus. I recently got a really great third-party Maximus figure from Gladiator, and I think I might have to crack open my baby doll figure from Sucker Punch and put her with her samurai swords and put her right next to Yojimbo.
Do it.
I know. I think I will, but I like sitting here like when I'm doing my own show, I can just look behind me and go, God damn, those figures are cool.
Yes.
You know, I recently got a Jimi Hendrix. So I got John Lennon here, and there's Jimi Hendrix here, and I ordered a head sculpt and an outfit. So it doesn't come with the body, but I bought the body separately for Freddie Mercury, you know, of Queen. So I'm going to put Freddie Mercury like between them.
Nice.
So it's like Hendrix and John Lennon are going to be backing up Freddie Mercury right there on my shelf. So
nice. That's my wife. My wife is a huge Queen fan. I'm a huge Queen fan, but she's a huge Queen fan. So I had to buy her like all these, you know, action figures of Freddie Mercury and everything. And some of those start to get pricey too. Some of that stuff, but they're fun. You know, I think it's funny that she wants the rock stars and I'm the musician. Like, you know,
I just think it's crazy. Like I never thought I wanted 6-scale figures. And there was this company, they were unscrupulous. They went under, but the one figure that they actually put out was that John Lennon figure. And it's actually a really great figure. The company was called Molecule 8, and they didn't pay their sculptors who were designing things. They were going to do a quarter scale Jack Burton from Big Trouble in Little China that I really wanted.
Nice. Oh, wow.
And the John Lennon was the only figure they made. And I thought, well, that's a cool, because I like pop culture figures. I've got my Charlie Chaplin there and James Dean and Vampirella or whatever. And I bought it. And it was like such a great figure. And I was so bummed they went out of business. But when Blitzway made a Jimi Hendrix, I'm like, oh, I have to get that, because he's got to go with John Lennon.
Of course.
You know, and that's the kind of why shouldn't you get that?
Of course
you should get that.
Yes,
sir.
And then we're talking about this, and then I have my cute little plush Cthulhu doll that I hold on to just because, you know, we need the old ones, we need the elder gods watching over us while we talk.
Absolutely.
I was not
100%.
expecting that at all. That just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, really.
I was not
You like
expecting
that?
that.
What company made that? It's got the tag on it. What company makes that Cthulhu doll?
This is it's an independent. They're connected with Comics Tribe. This was a Kickstarter, and they had a alphabet book for children called C is for Cthulhu.
Oh my
and
gosh.
every letter of every letter of the alphabet was a character from H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, wow.
And since then, they actually have a Kickstarter going on right now. There's still a few days left because they've done C is for Cthulhu. They've done Sweet Dreams Cthulhu. That was like a good night book about like, don't be scared of the monsters under your bed. And now they're doing one for coloring and counting that you can back on Kickstarter.
Genius.
I have kids, so
And you're
he's now 8, and my 5-year-old, they each have their own Cthulhus. And I used to read C is for Cthulhu to them regularly at night. And that was like Daddy, read me C is for Cthulhu. And they had a t-shirt they would wear to school. And yeah, my kids don't have a chance.
Oh my gosh.
I think you're raising them right. That's what you're doing.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
that
are.
sounds like-
This is the best one. This is the one that's really been a big one. This is one that it's a pillow that comes with a blanket that's stored inside the pillow. And so it's a full size blanket with a Cthulhu pillow to rest your head on.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it was my 8-year-old's, like, his whoopee. Like his like he had to like he'd walk around with the blanket, like cover it up. It was like the blanket he did. And so like I have kids who know who Cthulhu is. This is
Amazing.
This is what I've done to my children.
You're inspiring me whenever I become a parent. I'm definitely
I
gonna do
love
that.
it.
What you gotta
the
do.
deal. That's I always love being a nerd and a geek. I never I got older, I grew up, but I didn't ever lose what it was like to be a child.
Yeah.
And so I love being able to go ahead and inspire that in my kids, but giving them things to love that I think are like, yeah, sure, they love Spider-Man and Batman and Superman and all of that, but I also like doing the little quirky things that go, but you're my kid, so you're actually going to know what this is. Like when I got to introduce them to like Voltron, it was
heck yeah.
Yes. And I was able to pull out like my OG Voltron from 1984 and it was like, here, you get to play. You get to play with metal toys. No, not metal, but like actually metal
toy.
And because I had all 5 lions from 84 that like built Voltron, and it was great to go here.
Toys. Yeah, I was like, that's nice. That's awesome.
It's Paladins. Yay.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah, baby.
I don't have anything to pull. All I have is a PS5 controller. That's all I got.
It's okay. I'm just famous for my ability to pull random crap out.
Speaking of random crap, I realized something this week. I was on with Cape Cast, who I met here. I met those guys on the Vodka stream here, and it was funny because we were going over Justice League Part 5. We were just talking about like Zack Snyder's, eye for detail. And I heard you guys talking about Steppenwolf, and the spiky look and all that stuff. So here's my I got a whole stack of old superpowers action figures here. And this is something something I did,
man.
This is
those are great figures.
I've already showed you my dark side here, but here's Steppenwolf. And I never even thought about this, but like if you look at this, like even the old school one, he's got spikes all over him.
Yes.
He's got spikes all over him. And I had never even thought about it. And like, we were talking about it on the air. And then I realized on the stream, I'm like, dang it all, man. Attention to detail. Bring the spikes back,
That dark side figure you showed was really cool though. That was awesome.
Oh yeah. I got a bunch of these old ones. We were going on. I got an old Brainiac.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh yeah. The old 80s Brainiac.
Well, that's the John Byrne Brainiac, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah,
sure is. I got Hal Jordan there.
Of course.
Gotta have Hal Jordan. I've got Green Arrow, old school Green Arrow there, and of course you gotta have Superman. And I got Batman and Robin. I got a Batmobile.
Do you have the Martian Manhunter, the superpowers Martian Manhunter?
I don't have that one, but I do have Dr. Fate.
The Dr. Fate and the Martian Manhunter were my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Those are great figures.
And I got Wonder Woman, and I love her. When I brought up Aquaman, his leg was like sticking out like that by accident, and I was like, look, it's Aquaman.
Yeah. That's how he swims with one leg.
Right. But I love the Wonder Woman because they all had, the action features, and I just love it. Like she's just like that's
her saving Batman's ass. Yeah.
Right. My Batman and Robin are out in the living room with the Batmobile from Superpowers and the Supermobile. But I got a Batmobile collection, so I got pretty much every Batmobile that they made, but that's out in the other room. So that's in the other room.
Seen it, yeah. No, but I mean, getting off the toys thing and stuff. Talk about, Robert, if you need it, we can still talk about toys if you want to. It's fine. I'm just saying. I was just getting back to the restore the SnyderVerse thing. Like, I wanted to actually get your opinion, Robert. I mean, I don't want to keep you if you have to. I know you got to leave in a little bit.
I do, because we have to walk our dogs first. But yes. I mean, I can't tell you. This has been. I love this stream. I can't believe we got on this stream 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. It's the greatest stream ever.
Yeah. No, but I wanted to get your opinion about the, of course we got Restore the SnyderVerse. We kind of talked about that, but what's your opinion about the fact that HBO Max is just like, they have yet to really go, hey, here are the numbers right here of what happened with Zack Snyder's Justice League. We got Godzilla vs. Kong, we got Mortal Kombat, but not really Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Well, look, the thing is, with new movies, it's different.
Yeah.
Because with new movies, you're reporting to a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Like Legendary, that's a Legendary paid for most of that movie. So it's their movie. So they expect to get those numbers. Anybody would in terms of box office, worldwide box office, to see how it's going to perform. When it comes to Zack Snyder's Justice League, they don't have to tell anybody. You know, whether it was a success, a failure, whether it was disappointing, or whether it performed over their expectations. This is an internal HBO matter. So there's no reason, they don't have to release those numbers. Whereas other outside companies need to know what those numbers are because they're supplying it. Whereas it was an HBO Max internal decision to do Justice League, to do Zack Snyder's Justice League. So for them, it's we don't need to tell anybody. And I think that, look, at the end of the day, they're releasing it on physical media next month. So they've got another revenue stream, and I'm sure it's probably going to sell well. As I said earlier, I ordered 2 different steelbooks.
Where did you order those, by the way? I was curious.
The first one I got was I love the one like the King Arthur one where everybody's holding up the trident, and I got that from the UK. And then actually I think both of them are coming from the UK, if I remember correctly.
I'm like, I don't think they're exclusive to the US yet. Yeah.
No, yeah. So, and one of them I have to shout out to the lovely Emma Bannon, who is one of my viewers and a great member of the Post Geek Singularity. She was the one. She's been getting me things like from HMV when they release special editions, and I think that was an HMV special edition. I don't know if it's on Zavvi, but I wanted that cover because I love Excalibur, and I love that somebody did like all the One Land, One King, and they're all holding up
cover, man. I'm like,
I was like, I gotta have that.
Dude,
like, bring that on, and it's not that expensive. It's just whatever the regular steelbook thing is. So I had to get that, and then I think the other one just has the characters on it.
Okay,
I think it's a black and white cover. I think.
Okay. Robert, I was also curious talking about the number reporting. I mean, it's also been posited that part of that is also them justifying the hybrid release and trying to basically go, look, you roasted us back in December, but it's actually worked out really well for us. I mean, I mean, that's a great way to spin those numbers too, when Zack Snyder's Justice League is it's a Max original. And have they really, they've done it for like their documentaries, but think about some of the other Max original films. Well, if you're going to be objective about it, they really haven't touted the numbers of those either. So
I mean, streaming they're not usually in they don't share, like Netflix doesn't share its numbers.
No.
And also, one of the things about there's something called I don't know if you guys have heard about this before, but there's something called the long tail. And the long tail deals with like the value of media. And when something first comes out, the value of it, goes way up, like your initial box office. But then as it peaks and crests, it goes down, but then eventually it hits what's called the long tail, where Zack Snyder's Justice League will be watched forever.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it might not be watched as much as it's watched now, but it will continue on, and it'll be something people are going to be watching 10 years from now. Just like when you go back and like we're doing a rewatch of Game of Thrones, Elizabeth and I, and you go back, the first season of Game of Thrones is a decade old, and yet people are probably watching that a lot too. So Zack Snyder's Justice League will be an earner, so to speak, for HBO Max forever. And also, it was huge in terms of advertising. The amount that was discussed in terms of social media, in terms of it was basically free advertising for HBO Max. They could even chalk it up to marketing costs, that it's a loss leader. So there's a lot of different ways that they could look at it and go, that was successful. So, but I don't think they'll ever release the numbers. So.
Yeah, I mean, and then we got new like Samba TV numbers. It said like, from now or from the release to now is like 37 point something million views. I mean, the thing about the numbers, I mean, yeah, we're not going to get those definitive numbers, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? And I'm going to scream this to the high heavens. I mean, the fact that Brad Paisley still fucking tweeted out hashtag restore the Snyderverse, I will always scream that out. Like, just because it was so random, like Brad Paisley, really?
Right.
Just randomly goes hashtag, I don't know. There's just, I mean, the buzz that this created. I mean, that's what we got to take from this is like, it did create this crazy buzz. I mean, 1.5 million tweets with the hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, I love the fact that Robert, what you said is like, well, I mean, hopefully we get the Ayer cut. I think that's almost a no-brainer. I don't know what your thoughts about the Ayer cut is, Robert. I mean, it almost seems like, hey, why not? I mean, I don't know. It's all about timing because, yes, there is a new Suicide Squad coming out. It's like, what do? Do you release it before or do you release it after? What happens with the
Ayer? Look, I hated that movie. To me, as an editor, it was almost unwatchable. And I like David Ayer as a filmmaker. Yes. I'm like, I can't believe what happened to that movie and what they did to him. And
exactly.
Look, the real lesson that I think should be taken away from what happened to Zack Snyder and David Ayer was a complete failure of Warner Brothers management.
Yes,
they lost faith in their filmmakers because they're not Kevin Feige's. they're executives and they don't really know. And they were responding to external stimuli and running around like, wow, we have to change this or we have to do it like, we have to. And I'm like, that's no way to run a film business. You basically cut your two great filmmakers. You cut them loose. You basically took your talent, and that's something you never want to do. They fucked them both. And Suicide Squad made more money than it was supposed to or than they thought it was, but that was a fluke. That movie was the fact that they had a trailer company cut it so bad. Everything that was on that movie could only be made better. But the problem with the Ayer cut is it certainly doesn't have the groundswell of support. I mean, fans want to see it, but there was nobody that started a movement making money for, suicide prevention to get that movie made. I think, again, as a marketing tool, does David Ayer have... See, here's the thing. When you cut a movie together and you cut it digitally, you have it like somewhere it's archived. So Ayer's cut of the movie probably is archived somewhere where you can go plug the drives back in, turn it on, and watch the movie. And you look at it and go, okay, well, how much is this going to cost? I'm sure it doesn't cost nearly as much money as Snyder's Justice League was going to cost. Because one, you're not going to have 2,600 effect shots because it's not 4 hours long. And so it's going to be half that. And maybe like even if they only had to spend 40 or 50 million bucks, even that's marketing money for the original, market James Gunn's Suicide Squad. You've seen Gunn's Suicide Squad. Now go back and see a reimagining of the original the way it was supposed to be in the first place. Wow. They could do some really irreverent marketing thing and tie it in all together. And I think that would be a way to go, a way to do it. But I again, why not? They can only make the movie better, but it's not show friends, it's show business. And the only way they would ever do it is if they figure out a way that they can make it economically feasible. And again, the problem is the movie was finished. Suicide Squad's done, and it made a lot of money. It made what, $700 and something million.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, we already made our money. Like, why are we going to spend more? It's not like the Snyder cut that Justice League turned out to be a trailer or a trash fire or whatever, that it lost a bunch of money. Yeah. So it's like, what can we do? We can't fuck it up any more than we already did. So, it's tough. Again, it all comes down to economics. That we might, and I think fans tend to forget that it all has to be economically motivated. So, I'd love to see Ayer's kind of Suicide Squad.
I think we're all clamoring for that. Like you said, it's like you said it like it would be like half of what the Snyder Cut would be. I even think it would be probably like a third or like maybe even a fourth of it because, like you said, it's like it was complete. There was his cut was already. I remember there was talks about how like they were showing different test screenings and one of his actual cuts were like out there, like being test screened and blah, blah, blah. And
it probably wasn't finished though. I'm sure there was unfinished effects that have to change, but it was, and they'd have to do a new sound mix and everything. So again, I don't know. There's a lot of legal ramifications, contractual ramifications, money issues, things like that they would have to surmount, but they proved they could do it. The Snyder Cut is way more difficult than I'm sure the Ayer's Suicide Squad cut would be. And I think, again, it would be something that they could do. But then again, I just hope people don't get into the habit of demanding, because every movie is an iterative process. Like you go through, like what I would really like. I talked to Brian
the
about
JJ cut. The JJ cut.
I want to go back and restore the Friends and Family cut of Superman Returns and put the original half an hour back. That was cut out of that movie.
Yeah.
And I like the film a lot more than what got released because there was no one talked in the first 20 minutes of the movie, and kids didn't understand. Well, where are they flying through? What is this wrecked? What is this dome in the asteroids? I don't understand. So they changed. Cal Penn doesn't even speak in Superman Returns, and his character had an arc. And I would love to see that. I mean, it'll never happen. And I talked to Brian about it. He's like, well, I just like to see things move forward. And I'm like, okay, well, it'd be nice to have seen all that stuff because I thought it was a better movie. A lot of stuff was lost, but
it is a fine line too in going back and trying to get new cuts of films and stuff, and how far do you take that exactly? I mean, because there's always going to be something, there's always going to be some complaint or whatever, and I mean, people are clamoring for more George Lucas cuts of this and that and everything, and it's just like you gotta be able to weigh it out, and people got to understand why these films specifically have been targeted for this, that these things happened. This is why these fans felt this way, and these directors were treated in a certain way, and we would just want to see their works presented the way that they should have been in the first place.
Yes, no, that's absolutely true. But it's a slippery slope.
It is,
and I think when fans want things, I would implore. I mean, I've been a fan my whole life, and fans should remember that there is a business component to all of this, and everybody demands things and gets a little toxic to one another. And, I've gotten in a lot of fights with people online, yeah. but I think that people have to remember you're talking about tens of millions of dollars. And ultimately the things that we want cost money. And you have to ask yourself, who would pay for this? And how would the studio possibly get paid back? And when you think about it, if HBO Max, they've got money, if say they want to do $10 billion of production a year, some crazy number, part of that money would have to go toward paying the Snyder for the air cut of Suicide Squad. How are they going to get paid back by that? How many people are really going to watch that movie? And is it going to be worth it to HBO Max to spend the money? With the Snyder cut, they felt because the fan movement, and they can go, there's 1.5 million. It was trending. People tweeted, release the Snyder cut or whatever. They can take that, and that's an analytic that they can go back and they can go, this is 1.5 million people or even more.
Well,
but
I think part of the selling point when it comes to David Ayer's cut is when it was announced that Jared Leto was going to be part of Zack Snyder's Justice League, I mean, the fucking internet blew up. I mean, it was one of if you looked at the social media analytics of that, it was everybody was talking about Jared Leto is going to be what? He's going to be part of this. So when it comes to the Ayer cut, I mean, it's hey, they cut out a lot of Joker. That's big selling point.
I would agree with you. You go back and you look at the trailers for Suicide Squad. You're like, "Where's that movie?"
Right.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, the Comic-Con.
The Comic-Con
2000. Right.
Yeah, the 2015. I started a joke. Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We live in a society where I was entirely cut out of this movie. Let's make a new one.
I'm telling you. I mean, that would be the selling point right there. Is the fact that it's hey, guess what? We have this other version that's got. Hey, guess what? It's got about another half hour or something of Jared Leto's Joker. That thing you were freaking out about when it came to Zack Snyder's Justice League. I mean, that's where I think the selling point could be. And then, like you said, it's what do you do? Do you release? Do you promote it before the Suicide Squad or after? I mean, that's always been, the question. But I think it's probably too late for before now. Obviously, yeah.
Listen, I do have to go. I'm sorry that I have to go. I'd stay here for another hour. I got my own Midnight Metal show to start at midnight,
I get it, man.
I've got to go walk the dogs before I do that.
Walk the dogs, man. No, I appreciate it, Robert, man. You're, the door's open for the Vodka stream. I mean, this has been great. Everybody's been enjoying the shit out of it. Chat's been lit up about it all. And yeah, man, I appreciate you coming on.
I appreciate you asking. I mean, thank you so much.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the things that I've loved over the last year is I've met so many great people that I've streamed with and talked to, and
Yeah.
I love this sort of large online film pundit fan community that exists. I think
Yeah.
it's great, and I love meeting people and streaming with everybody. It's great. It's been so much fun.
It's good. All right, go ahead and plug yourself and then take off.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yes.
wait, not that way.
No. Yeah,
kidding.
plug. I don't know. Yeah,
No, you can find me on Twitter at Burnett RM. Find me on Instagram under my name, Robert Meyer Burnett. Come to my YouTube channel, The Burnett Work, where I do a live show all the time, like every day. And also, if you want to watch some of my work, well, one of the things I worked on is Dota Dragon's Blood, the anime series that's on Netflix now. And if you're on the East Coast, a movie that I produced and edited, Tango Shalom, is playing at various festivals on the East Coast now. It's going to be there's going to be a drive-in event in Washington, D.C.
Nice.
On the 26th of May, Wednesday, the 26th of May, and you can go see it. So if you've ever wanted to see a movie about a Hasidic rabbi who believes God has told him he must learn to tango, well, it's the movie for you. And I'm
that's
very
a movie
proud
I've
of
been
it.
waiting my entire life for.
I'm telling you,
right?
I'm there.
It's fun for the whole family. I like to call it a Jewish spiritual quest indie dance comedy family fable. There you go.
That's a good description. I love it. All right, guys. Robert Meyer Burnett, man, thank you for joining, and have a good show tonight. And fucking metal, man.
Thank you, man, and be seeing you, as we say.
For sure.
See you, man.
Soon.
All right, I'll see you.
Yes, I love the fact that he's doing a metal show, man. I mean, come on, Chainsaw.
Yeah.
I mean, geez.
When you guys start talking metal, I'm like, oh shit, they're mentioning Metallica. Oh,
I know.
Metallica.
I was like trying to show him like, what do you think? I didn't get like a full on thing like, what do you think about Metallica? And I mean, because I know like when
Next
you
time.
showed up,
Next time.
next time I want to talk more, but because we could have went like totally big
Yes.
time on that.
Yes.
But,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
That was
yeah,
good.
so good.
I just
But
love
hey,
hearing him.
He's
I
just
love
a wealth of knowledge.
I love
he
hearing
really
him
is.
talk.
He really is, and when he speaks, like even if he says something that somebody doesn't necessarily agree with or something, he just puts things in a way that it's like you can hear his passion, you can hear his point of view, and you understand why he thinks the way that he thinks a certain thing. So even if he thinks something a little different than you do or whatever, I've seen people, well, I disagree. I heard people say, well, I disagree with Robert Meyer Burnett, but like, man, I respect him.
That's how I felt about John Schnepp. It's like there were things I agreed with him about certain things, but I was like, you know what? But I respect the fan. I respect the man. I mean,
that's why him and John got along so well, because they're basically the same person.
Yeah,
like they can talk for hours and you can just listen. I literally go back and listen to John Schnepp stuff all the time and old Heroes episodes, and their chemistry back and forth. I mean, it was amazing to hear.
And remember those days? Remember those days? Like that right there was the days that inspired me to even think about having a YouTube channel.
Me too.
Or doing anything was those days, man, of those early movie talk days when you just tune in every day. That was my thing, man. I worked in my car pretty much all day. I drove around. I was in sales, and instead of listening to talk radio or sports radio or whatever, man, when I found that there were live shows every day that talked about this stuff that I love, movies and nerd stuff, it blew my mind. And I would just put it on in the car. I'd plug it into the car and I just listened to it, man.
Yeah.
I thought it would never end. I thought that this, this is so good. It's never going to stop, and it crashed and burned, but they're still all there. You can go back and watch it. I mean, it's crazy to look back on certain things. Like you were mentioning earlier, Dave, about that clip about John just talking about the Snyder Cut, or there's a 4-hour Justice League movie. Like he was dropping stuff.
Well, dude, he told me I mean, that was one of the things that there was things I disagreed with him when, prior to that, when it came to Schnepp. Oh, hi, Callum. What's up, buddy?
I'm going to let you guys finish off this night. Okay. This guy's teething, so it's going to be a long night.
Little rough.
Yeah. But good to see you guys.
Yes. And let you guys know, we're not going to be having a sadly, we're not going to have Batman the Fanimated stream tomorrow because a lot of birthdays are happening tomorrow for some reason. I don't know why. There's like this crazy, like I have a buddy of mine who has a birthday tomorrow that I'm, and then I have my aunt who has a birthday where I'm going to a barbecue, and it's just, and then Scott, you have your wife, right?
My wife's birthday is Tuesday, so we're
celebrating it. Yeah.
We're celebrating it all weekend.
Yeah. So we were trying to Scott and I were going back and forth of like, okay, maybe we could do it like this or then, and we just couldn't find a time tomorrow, so we're gonna postpone the Fanimated stream till next week for Nothing to Fear, right? That's
the first Scarecrow episode.
First Scarecrow. And what's funny is I watched it with my mom like last Sunday. She put it on. She was like, you know what? Let's just put it on. And then we just watched it, So I'm like, I already have like notes like in my head about certain things I wanted to talk about it. But we'll save it for next weekend, just because this weekend's just too crazy. But all right. Yeah. Thank you, Scott. Go ahead and plug away like you do.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Film Squadcast, which this weekend will be Squadcast Movies as we talk about Gavin O'Connor's movie Warrior. Yeah. So that'll be this week. And of course, we're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube. You can find the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com.
There it is. Yeah. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for participating.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
Take it easy.
You were mentioning though, that those days are gone, but it's funny because I think that we've seen this kind of 180, and this kind of goes into what David's said there in the chat about how it's kind of funny because all those shows kind of spawned all of us little YouTubers who were trying to figure our way through this whole thing, and didn't have any audience, didn't have any connections or anything, and then it's kind of funny because it's almost like it begat us. Where it's like now as that thing has now kind of faded away and people have lost their trust and their faith in some of those personalities. Yeah. And the quality of those shows and those things, some of them have gone away, and then the quality of some of them, questionable at times. But it's funny because the fans kind of rose up and said, okay, we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to find out everything that we can, and we're going to still talk about this stuff because we love it. And I think, and then the innovation of things like StreamYard and stuff like that, made it so that we could do stuff like this and actually have everything. Have these legitimate conversations. I mean, it blew my mind. The first time I had Robert Meyer Burnett on the Poindexter Lounge.
Cheers.
That just blew my mind. That just blew my mind. I was like, this is insane. I am sitting here talking to Robert Meyer Burnett.
Yeah. And you got to love the fact that he's just like, I don't care who I'm, if somebody wants to talk to me, let's do this. He didn't care like, I'm not going to talk to small YouTube channels. No, he's all about just like, hey, let's just fucking talk about this. Let's talk about stuff. You're inviting me on. Cool. And it was funny because for the longest, he would show up in the Vodka stream live chats, and then people would be like, dude, you got to get, I'm like, yes, it's in the cards, and then finally, probably a month ago, we started talking, and then we were just trying to figure out a perfect time. And then finally it happened tonight. And I was like, cool, there it is. And it was awesome. I hope he comes back for sure. And I think he will, and it's just,
I knew he'd be a great guest. I knew once I saw you put up the premiere, a little patiently waiting. I'm like, oh, that's a good guest. That is awesome. Yeah. I was listening pretty much the whole time. I'm like, man, he could just talk forever and I don't care. Yeah. He just let him.
Well, it was funny too, because for the first 45 minutes, we talked nothing really about superhero stuff. We were just strictly talking movies. And that's what I knew. I was like, you know what? I knew this was going to happen because he's got a love for movies. So do I. And we have similar tastes. We're talking about The Evil Dead. We're talking about John Woo movies. I'm like, yes, this is what I love the fact that he had this same love of 90s action movies. Yep. We were just going through all of that. And I kept seeing people like, whoa, is this a John Woo podcast? I'm like, fuck yeah, it could be.
Yeah, it is. It is now.
Yes, and that's what I love when I have like these guests that come on and we go off on like a tangent of like something that's not. Yeah, I get we all want to talk about the big things and everything like that, but there's other interests when it comes to all this, and I love the fact that like for 45 minutes, almost to an hour, we were just going like full on.
It goes by like that, Dave.
Yes,
like, that's things you could have him on every day of the week and have a different topic. A different thing. It would be just as informative. It would be just as entertaining, and it would be just as riveting. And yet the time would go by just like that. I mean,
exactly what happened.
He covers so much topics per week on his channel. I don't know how he keeps up with all of it, but he
and he's also working on things too.
Yeah.
Yes. I joked with him. I said I was glad like when we had him on, I'm glad to see him like go on other people's streams and stuff like this, because it gives him a chance to talk, because I teased with him that it's like, he's on with John Campea, and John Campea will like John Campea will keep teasing him. It's like, well, Robert, what do you think? I mean, well, I think this, and then like he'll just keep going. It's like, 12, 15 minutes later, it's like they keep going back to the shot of Robert kind of sitting there patiently
side by side.
Yeah, just kind of waiting and stuff. And but it's great to hear him on streams like this, because he is so filled with just pop culture wisdom that
Well, I mean, he's been in the biz. I mean, it's funny because I mean, just even like trying to be like, all right, well, I need to find like a picture of him to put in my thumbnail, and you type in that in the images, and you find like these younger images of him, like from like the first Batman movie and shit like that. You're like, holy shit, this guy is been around, man.
Yes.
You forget about that. You forget that he has been around, and that's why. And I think I even joked about it too. Like either it was like my little vlog I did for my members, or I even with the pregame show, I said like, Robert Burnett's going to be showing up. I mean, he might say some things you don't want to hear because he is part of the business. I mean, sadly, I mean, we all want to hope that, restore the Snyderverse. Yes, we all want that. But, he brought up some really good points about a lot of things.
And he made those points before, and it still resonates. I mean, Netflix is treating Zack really good.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers, they right after the Snyder Cut and Sarnoff's interview came out, which just like, no, we're done. Like right after the thing just released, really, like the horrible timing of that. He just has so much knowledge. It's crazy how much stuff he's worked on.
But I
think he's just a YouTuber. Like, no, like he's just doing this now. Like he's done so much more.
And I love the fact that he said like, because there's a point where it's like, okay, when it comes to Justice League sequels, yes, I'm fingers crossed, keep the hope up. Even Snyder's going like, hey, things could happen. Yeah. But at the same time, he's not waiting around. Zack is not waiting around. He's doing a lot of his own shit. He wants, he's not going to wait around.
Yeah,
for sure. And neither are the actors. They're not going to wait around. So, but I love the fact that Robert was like, you know what? What's more likely is a Ben Affleck Batman in the Deathstroke thing. I'm like, yes, that is more likely. If you're going to talk about restoring the Snyderverse, that's more likely than anything, because doing like 2 crazy Justice League sequels that would probably cost a combined of like $700 million. Who knows, give or take, whatever the hell. Yeah. Especially when we saw the storyboards of what it potentially could be. And of course it's been rearranged, but there's going to be elements on those storyboards that were probably going to be there. And then try to get all the actors back. I mean, it would be a feat. It would be a feat, but to do Ben Affleck's Batman, not so much, or Deathstroke, not so much.
I mean, anything that we see as far as in the vein of restoring the Snyderverse, I think people got to get kind of the pie in the sky, like it's going to theaters and we're all going to, pack the theaters again to see a Justice League 2 or 3 or whatever. Like, I just don't see that. Warner Brothers has made it very clear they don't want this property. So anything that we do get is going to be reimagined, if it has to be a series or it has to be, something just kind of pulled back, but then there is that, that stagecraft technology, and but there's limitations, so there's like all these different things. And like you said, I mean, even Zack teases it out, but it's, I think for us right now is just understanding we do have to be, and I see our good friend in the chat there, like it just, we have to be realistic, right? We do have to be realistic. But at the same time, we can still be hopeful. We can still make our voice heard. Yes. And I still want to see a Ben Affleck, series. I want to see that Deathstroke thing. I want to see this stuff. And if we really want to see this stuff and we really love this stuff, well, why would we just shut up about it? Yeah. So yeah, we got to make our voices heard, but being positive about that. But in the meantime, being realistic and just supporting Zack. At the end of the day, we're talking about a director who is still going to go off and make things. And if anything, he makes the case better for himself by making successful things. So support him in his endeavors. Go, watch Army of the Dead,
of course,
do things like that. And then if we get it, it's like I've been saying, look, if we get more SnyderVerse stuff, excellent. We can push for it together. We got here together. We've been together, and if we get it, we'll celebrate together, but even if we don't, even Zack said, if nobody had even seen the Snyder Cut, if nobody had ever even seen his movies, the fans have done great things and we've accomplished a lot. And it wasn't just about a movie.
Yeah.
And so, so I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, and we won. I mean, that's the thing is like, no matter what, we won. We got the Snyder Cut in its full, I mean, twice as long as that piece of shit theatrical. Yes. A 4-hour Justice League movie that we can watch. And yes,
and like Robert said, it's here forever. They can't take it away. Once I get my hands on a physical media,
it's there.
It's mine.
And also, we have his preferred version, Justice is Gray. So we have both.
Yes. Too. I mean, it's there. Like there's a total win that we got. No matter what anybody is saying about Warner Brothers or whatever the hell, it's like, yeah, they're being dicks, whatever the fuck. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is we still got this movie. And, you never know what could happen. And, and I've said it time and time again. It's like, if it continues and somehow they can pull off some Justice League sequels, maybe Snyder's not involved as much as, as a lot of people would hope, but they're still going to use his schematic, still use his storyboards, still use his outline.
Let me ask you what you guys think of this, because this is a question that I've had, because obviously there's a lot of jarbled stuff when it comes to the Flash movie, right? Like it's like, look, I'm stoked in the fact that it's Michael Keaton. I mean, because like that as a nerd who still loves 89 Batman.
Well, did you see the image today? Apparently there was like a Wayne Manor. I was like, oh my God.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, so you got that, I mean, and Ezra is coming back, Ben's coming back, but but I've been saying is the one thing that gives me a little bit of hope in all of this is a couple of things. As much as all the junk Dan Sarnoff said, she was like, give us a minute because you may like something. Now, I know we all got frustrated with that because it's like, shut up. We know what we want. You don't know what we want. And we get mad about it. And I understand it because I was right there. But the thing that kind of has gotten me thinking is, Ben didn't have to do this movie.
No.
There's nothing about, people are like, well, he's got a contract. He didn't have to come back for this multiverse movie.
Nope.
With everything that happened, with everything else that happened, he went back and did the reshoots with Zack at his house because he was excited to do it because he loves Zack. He loves Zack's vision. Like Justice League, look at what Justice League did to Ben. Do you think that Ben is just like, oh yeah, I want to go jump back in bed with all those people and go down that route again? Okay. No. So I don't believe for a second that Ben is just like chomping at the bit to go do another WB version thing like what happened, debacle like happened before. So it gives me hope to know that Ben is signed on. And even Ezra, I mean, I feel like, like Ezra obviously doesn't have the clout of a Ben Affleck. He's got a couple franchises, they're trying to still get that Fantastic Beast thing to where everybody's happy. But even then, like, you know, I get it. He would still probably want to do it. But I when you look at the Flash in Zack Snyder's Justice League, literally saving everyone, compared to, hey, I pushed a truck just outside of the realm of danger, however far that was, and got showed up by Superman, you know, whatever. I just feel like the fact that they're both signed on, you know, I know obviously the Ray Fisher stuff, and we're all gonna have that in the back of our head, and just, you know, the other things, you know, Warner Brothers being Warner Brothers. But it gives me a little bit of hope knowing that Ben is signed on, Ezra signed on, and I just don't feel like they would go and do this if it just craps all over Zack's work. I don't see
the Muschiettis like doing that too. That's the thing. It's like, you know, it sucks. And through this whole ordeal with the Ray Fisher stuff, you know, I've said time and time again, I'm like, you know what, guys, do not throw any shade at the Muschiettis, because I love the fact, and I was like, thank God that Fisher, like Ray, he actually mentioned, like, I've talked to Andy, and we were like simpatico when it came to shit. And I was like, thank you. I was like, thank God that Ray Fisher said that, because I always heard that the Muschiettis were on Ray Fisher's side. And then when he said that, I was like, okay, that shows right there. The Muschiettis were always like, hey, we want to have you in this movie. We want you to, but they're between, you know, a fucking, you know, a studio and a hard place. And that's what sucks. That's what sucks. And it's like, you know, with the Flash film, I mean, let's face facts. How long have we been waiting for this movie? I mean, how many directors? Yeah. How many directors and writers and shit? Oh my God!
We've been officially through 3 or 4 sets of directors.
There was Rick. There was no, I think there was Shane. Okay, there was Rick at first, right? But Shane,
I think there was a guy before Rick. I think there was
it Shane Graham Smith?
When they announced the slate,
he was writing.
When they announced the slate, I think they had somebody, and then he dropped, and then Rick came on, or it was
Rick came on, and then it was going to be
Lord
Miller and
Lord and Miller.
Yeah, they were going to do it. Then that dropped, and then
which they left to go do solo. That's how long ago that was.
And then they get fired.
That puts it in perspective, doesn't it? Like, that's how long ago that was. They left it to go do solo.
Jeez.
And then they got off that movie even. So
but I mean, like all the different scripts too. I mean, there was a point where Ezra Miller and Grant Morrison were writing a script.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what they did with that though. I'm curious.
That's what I know. It's like, please leak that script. Can we see what that was going to be about, please? Yeah. Because my God, I mean, everybody wants to see what Grant Morrison was going to give us, mixed in with Ezra Miller. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, Grant Morrison's so respected that even Chris Terrio, like when he was on Justice Con or whatever the hell, he even mentioned like, hey, Grant Morrison, that's a guy you want to look at right there. Jesus Christ. I mean, that just shows you the credibility that Grant Morrison has. I mean, I think we all, when we saw that picture of Ezra Miller and Grant, just back to back, like, you know, we were like, okay, this is going to be something great. And then, like, what happened? What happened to that?
That sounds like Warner Brothers came in and like, we got you under contract. Do you really want to fight us on this? Because
I know.
Because he was saying he didn't like the tone of the script before this one, before that one. So he's like, I'm going to do my own script, and he's going to pitch it. And it's like, okay, let's see. And then all of a sudden, now everything's fine. So I guess they found a duality of what they want and what he wants. Because he wants more of like what Zack was doing with his character in the Snyder Cut. So I'm guessing what they wanted to do was like a complete opposite.
And that's what Muschietti is going to have like a little bit of trouble with, is because I mean, the Flash is a fucking all-star in the Snyder Cut. I mean,
I know.
I mean, I can't watch that scene without getting choked up. Okay, being a Flash fan, and the fact that like when the Unity happens and he fucking starts phasing, I just immediately go, you know, and I just in the music and everything just fucking, it just gets me every time. I've watched it like 15 times and
chills. I watched it Monday, man, and I just was like, oh,
Yeah.
You just stop. It's like he stops you.
Yeah.
You know, when you're watching, it's like time literally feels like it stops. And then his monologue there, even.
Oh my
I
God.
mean, it's just
It's all right now.
oh,
It's all right now.
totally such a different perspective on the Flash.
Mm-hmm.
From, I mean, even that picture, you know, that went out, you know, that's on the thing for the Justice League 4K trailer,
God.
like that's got him like even his demeanor is different in Zack's version of the film, where it's like you take him seriously, where he doesn't have that kind of silly grin, you know, where it's like, hey, I'm gonna tell a joke, but it's gonna be awkward and you're not
It
gonna
feels
get
more
it.
natural in the Snyder cut.
That's
It feels
cemetery.
forced. In
I'm gonna go
Justice
fall
League.
over somebody and be
Ugh.
scared of doing battle, you know. And it's like, man, no, he's in there going, you know, Dad.
What I mean, what's funny is like what's so
Son's the best.
surprising, like, you know, because everybody was always going like, all right, Flash, of course, he's always going to be a comic relief, and when you watch Justice, it's like they overdid it so badly.
Oh yeah.
But then, like, you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I think we were all shocked about how much humor he had.
Yes.
Like, you know, and when I've shown it to friends, they were fucking laughing their asses off at him. Like, just little things. Like, you know, from his first appearance when he's just like, oh, yeah, my resume. Oh, that's not good. You know, paper you're hungry. You know, just something like that. I mean, it was like, wow. We were so amazed of, like, you know, because everybody always goes, oh yeah, Zack Snyder, it's always somber and fucking not funny and blah blah blah, and it's like, look at that. He was like, hey, I'm gonna give you a Flash that's pretty, you know, to the character, but I'm not gonna overdo it and slap you in the fucking face with it, like they wanted me to, because you know they wanted joke after joke after joke after joke. They were feeding that. But Zack,
they didn't want him to have a character arc. They just wanted him just to keep making jokes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it.
Falling over stuff, laying on top of Wonder Woman. Like, I even love the fact that Zack still had him like having a little bit of a crush on Wonder Woman, having that, you know, thing, like digging the grave, and you know, and he's, you know, asking the question. Then there's that joke, you know, about, do you think she'll go for younger guys? You know, it's like, you know, she's 5,000 years old. Of course, you know, everybody.
That was my favorite joke.
That's a good line.
Dude,
you know,
when I laughed my ass off the first time I still laugh because, you know, Victor says it so fucking straight.
Oh, yeah.
So straight. Because it's like, yeah. And it's so straight that it just makes me crack up, because I'm like, yeah, that's the humor right there. Like when everybody's like wanting Zack Snyder to be like, oh, you got to have humor. He has a different way of looking at humor. I mean, we go back to Man of Steel when Zod punches fucking, you know, Superman into the, you know, when they're on the construction site and it says so many days since a last accident. I mean, that is straight up like, okay,
that's great.
That's so, I mean, you look at that and you might not catch it the first time, but the second time you're laughing your ass off because, oh yeah, he just ran into the, you know, so-and-so days of an accident. And it's like, yeah, it's subtle shit like that.
Or even like when they're pulling up to the crash site, and you know, and Barry is wearing, you know, that uniform, and he's showing Arthur the hats, and he, you know, he's got a beret and he's got the cap, and he's just like, here's A. He's like, oh no, definitely not A. And he's like, okay, and he puts on the beret and he's like,
show me A again.
Show me A again. You know, it's just, and it's subtle, and it just keeps going because it's not
in your face.
It's not in your face. It's not like depending upon you, like kind of pushing at you or poking at you, saying, get the joke. Do you get this? Do you see that we're doing something funny here? We're doing something funny. You're supposed to be laughing about this. And it's also, you know, I talked about it this week with the guys from Cape Cast. We were talking about the fact that, like, in Zack's movie, the humor is allowed to breathe. It's at the right moments because you have these serious beats. And then you have it back off a little bit with a proper joke, with a joke that is funny, but it doesn't take you out of the movie. It doesn't take you out of the scene. It allows it to breathe, and then it goes back into something else. With Justice League, it's not just the fact that there's so many jokes in it, or that there's jokes in it at all, or that it's, you know, or that it is pushing you like that. It's literally that you're just getting bombarded with jokes, and they're in the most inopportune times, and it's like you never have a minute to take the movie seriously. You know, like there's these serious moments that do happen, but it's like when everything is people reacting in ways that they would never react. And that's the thing. Like you have Barry and Cyborg digging the grave to get Clark out, right? Which is a serious thing to do. They're first of all, they're respecting, you know, Superman and the fact that they're, you know, the Flash could have him out in a second, Cyborg could have him out in a second, and they're taking the time to literally dig the grave. And yet they're having a conversation that has some humor in it, because that's what happens. People, even at funerals, they tell stories and they have jokes and stuff that help them through these serious times. And those things are fine. But if you just have stupid jokes on top of stupid joke on top of stupid joke, it doesn't make it feel like this is a real thing anymore that you need to be concerned about or that you need to even pay attention to. It's just jokey. It's just, you might as well go to see a stand-up comic, because you're not going to take it seriously. Nope. And that's my biggest problem with the fact that with going forward, even is thinking that Justice League is the canon film. Like, you know what I mean? That they're basing this stuff off of, because it just sets a tone, and it sets the wrong tone. Yeah. You know, it sets the wrong tone for whatever you want to do. I mean, these other movies could be fantastic, but if that's the tone you're jumping off from, it's very problematic. It's very problematic.
It really is.
And disappointing.
Yeah. I mean, and it's funny too, because one of the gripes that I had after that Ann Sarnoff article was like, she just completely put the kibosh on like everything. But it was like, all she had to do is basically just be like, you know, instead of doing that, just be like, hey, I don't know the numbers right now. We don't know the numbers, but hey, we do have the Flash film that's coming out with the Flash that Zack Snyder cast, and that's going to be going on. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. You know, she could have just been like that person to be like, hey, you know, like a lot of people are talking about the SnyderVerse even before it came out. I mean, come on, the buzz for this thing has been around for a while. Yep. And instead of just her going like, hey, you know what? We do have the, you know, Andy Muschietti, you know, that guy that you like that did those It movies. He did a good job, right? Well, he's doing a Flash movie that has Ezra Miller, who Zack Snyder cast. That's part of his cast. So, you know, do that. But instead she was just like, nope, you know? nope. And it was like, what are you guys doing? That's not smart.
This was brought up. I don't know. I don't think this ever be confirmed. People think that interview was done before the Snyder Cut was released.
Oh, it was.
I have a very strong suspicion that it was too much on the nose.
It had to be like a week. Like
the timing of it was just really bizarre.
No. It totally was. It was told that interview probably. I'm saying at least a week before or something, or maybe the week of, like leading to the release. But yeah, it was all planned. But it's just like, what were you thinking when you thought about that? Because it's like, you know, that there was like a big time buzz. I mean, so much that, you know, back in 2019, when Zach and Deborah were like, hey, look at this. And they looked at analytics, and HBO Max and Jason Kylar and all those were like, okay, there's something here. We're going to invest $70 million into this. It's like, okay, I get that you guys, okay, and you want to do something else. You know, you have all this other shit that's going on. I get that. But don't just immediately just close the door on something that is hot right now. That's out there in the that is like mainstream. I mean, how many times have we heard release the so-and-so, release the fill in the blank? That is so mainstream now. It's like, okay, play into that. Be smart about it. Don't completely, you know, put the kibosh on all of it. Just like I said, just try to capitalize on it. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do as a CEO. I mean,
well, and it didn't even feel like an interview, because it almost felt like that they just put out a press release of all the stuff that they wanted to say. I mean, they might as well just put out a press release instead of acting like it was an interview, because it was like you said, it was literally everything. It was like, okay, Zack Snyder's Justice League. Oh, we were so happy to allow him to do his movie. We championed it almost, you know, I mean, like we were so excited that bullcrap. You fought him tooth and nail every step of the way, and you're not happy about it. But okay, so you got that, and then it was, we will not give in to any, hashtags or campaigns, to restore the Snyderverse. That is not what we're about. Toxic fandom. We're against toxic fandom. We're gonna just, dispute that. Oh, that Ray Fisher stuff. None of that happened. It's like, let me just go down the line pretty much. And the air cut, not gonna happen. We have absolutely no interest in that. Is there anything else that you guys like that I can literally just cut your balls off for?
I mean,
would that be okay?
I mean, I'm like getting scared for like Matt Reeves and the Batman because everybody's liking that. And
they're like a shark. They're like, do we smell blood in the water? Do they like this? We have to ruin this now.
Yeah. I'm like, please do not do anything to the Batman. And because everybody's loving that.
And says all that.
Yeah.
But then literally the year before, DC fandom is heavily promoting the multiverse.
Yes.
And it's like, wait a minute. You're promoting this multiverse angle. You have all these different projects set in different Earths and everything, and you're trying to show multiple versions of these characters. You're having Michael Keaton and Ben Affleck both in a Flash movie playing different versions of Bruce Wayne / Batman. And now you're saying, we don't need
everybody
this.
But Zack's. That's what ticked me off. Most of it was just, hey, we got a multiverse, and much to the chagrin of Matt Jarbo, I love multiverse ideas. I'm all together because I'm a longtime DC fan, and I am all together with that. Look, I even watched the CW's Crisis on Infinite Earths. I watched a lot of those shows and stuff, and I was geeked. I was so geeked for it. And even though the execution wasn't flawless and there was a lot of stuff that was like, oh, I wish was better, there was still a lot of stuff that I just totally geeked out, man. Look, when Ezra Miller showed up, I want to see the opposite side of that in this Flash movie of how he got there. I'm all for that. I mean, when you got to see Brandon Routh's Superman,
In Comes Superman.
Oh my gosh. Like
so
that.
Good.
What an amazing thing. And then there's some things that were a little bit like, oh, I wish this would have been better or whatever. But beyond that, I'm a huge fan of multiverse because it just opens up so many possibilities. I was waiting for that CW thing, man. I so wish it would have happened. And who knows, maybe it could even happen in this because, all bets are off. But I was waiting as they were going from Earth to Earth and showing them how from Earth to Earth. I wanted a moment where you heard, meanwhile at the Hall of Justice, and it's all animated.
Meanwhile,
it's like Earth 72, where it's like, like back Saturday morning cartoons, the Super Friends,
and all that.
Heck yeah, like that would have been amazing. And they just walk in and they're all animated. That would have been fantastic. So I'm all down with that. But when you sit there and you literally go, hey, we're saying that because Andy Muschietti said, everything that you've seen up to this point happened, is what the quote was. Everything that you've seen, everything that's happened. So they're embracing every DC property that's ever been filmed, animated, whatever. Everything's on the table. And then he said, everything that happens from here happens. So you're saying that it encompasses everything, yet you're trying to act like Zack Snyder's world is this pocket universe that doesn't interact with any of it. Yet you literally have his Flash, his Batman, his Aquaman, his Wonder Woman. No, that doesn't make any sense. And it's insulting. It really is insulting, where it's like everything exists except for this.
It feels like they want to use his characters, but they don't want him involved in terms of.
Well, I mean, look at Wonder Woman 84. I mean, as much as it's not entirely bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, but I mean, what puzzles me about that is you look at the first Wonder Woman that Patty Jenkins made, and it was like, okay, that's in the vein of, this, that, and this.
Yes.
And even though we were all like, okay, let's give this some, let's back up this. She doesn't need a sword. She needs a shield. We get that. But then you watch the whole thing and you kind of go, what exactly were they trying to accomplish here with this? Because it's like, when you first see Wonder Woman, it's like, yeah, it is just like a complete flip from the first Wonder Woman, and it's the same director. That's what puzzles me. Like, now, like when I go back to it, I kind of go, well, wait a minute here. Like, how is this like a complete, like almost a 180 flip in tone from Wonder Woman, the first one, to this one? It's almost like they were just like, hey, we need you to fucking just totally just, this Wonder Woman, we need a different tone. We need to just like get away from the Snyderverse. And she was like, all right, let's see what I can do. And that was it. Because it just didn't seem like it was thought out, and it was like,
well, the 80s motif. Like I grew up in the 80s. Like I can appreciate the 80s motif. Yeah. I can appreciate that it was a period piece, just like Wonder Woman 1 was a period piece. But when you go from Wonder Woman shows up in BVS, and she's just, man, she's kicking butt, taking names. She's talking about how she's fought things from other worlds before. She's taking it right to doomsday, for God's sake. She's getting knocked down and smiling and getting right back up. And then you see Wonder Woman in that movie, and she's taking on an army by herself, basically, and and doing all these things. And then it's like you get to the 80s, and she's just like, I'm going to win with love.
Yeah, I mean,
and then you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, and like at the end, she's just like, nah, I'm gonna flip. I don't have to do this, but I'm just gonna flip and cut this guy's head off just for the fun of it, because of his insult to me and my sisters.
Just to make a point to Darkseid. Here you go.
There you go. Send that packing.
I mean, it is kind of crazy, because it's just like same director. And I was trying to be like hopeful. I was like, no, she doesn't need a sword. She's taking on humans. I get that. She can use the lasso. Cool. And I was totally about that. But then like now, just after watching it a couple times and now seeing, like you said, Zack Snyder's just like where it's all full back to that warrior Diana. And it's just kind of going, man, it almost seems like the powers that be were like, hey, we really want to change. We want to flip this on its side and totally go a different direction. And I mean,
we like Gal Gadot. We like Jason Momoa, even though we wanted this, the studio wanted this, this original, blonde hair, blue eyed Aquaman, Zack Snyder gives him freaking Jason Momoa, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll keep him because that was popular and made us $1 billion. But
I know. Even going back and watching Aquaman, I was like,
this is crazy.
Yeah. Even going back and watching Aquaman, I was kind of like, oof, man. After watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, I was like, man, this is also a different tone. I'm like, man, they were really trying to, course correct, as they would say. But it's like, I almost kind of wonder, like, you almost want to get Patty Jenkins and James Wan in a room. It's like, is that the movie that you actually really were going for? Because as much as like, I mean, with Patty Jenkins and Wonder Woman 84, I'm kind of going like, man, it seems like you were just trying to like, it was like a bunch of people were going like, hey, do this. It was a movie by committee kind of thing. Mm-hmm. James Wan, maybe not so much, because there's great things in Aquaman. Oh yeah. I mean, there's some some spectacular visuals and some spectacular stuff, but there's little things in there too where it's like, was that did somebody ask you to put the fucking these little jokes and little like light tone shit in there? I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the reveal of Warner Brothers, new Superman, if they truly choose to walk away from Henry Cavill, because it's going to be something like that. For sure. this Homer, Simpson type of Superman.
I mean, and then you look at, thank you, Jason, for the donation. The Wonder Woman 1854, image. I mean, what's funny about that, it was like, it was a placeholder, but Zack Snyder just doesn't do a placeholder. He goes, okay, here's the placeholder, and then here's the backstory, and he has an entire backstory. Right?
So cool.
I mean, it's funny because it's like, the image has existed for like, ever since BVS was conjured up, it's always a placeholder, but he goes as far as okay, we have to have backstory for that placeholder. And I mean, it was you know, it was a Wonder Woman that was ruthless and said, hey, you know what? I got to find Ares and I'm going to fight all the fucking bloody wars till I find him. And she collected heads. I mean, she was not an innocent Wonder Woman at
It's
all.
what she does too.
Yes.
That's Dave, that I think that's my biggest there's so many layers,
Of
right?
course.
Like to all this, like because I keep feeling like every time something's mentioned, it's like, well, yeah, that's a thing that I'm upset about. And it's like, then it's like another layer, and then it's like, but yeah, well, this is the thing that I'm upset about here. But it's when it comes to stuff like that, like with Wonder Woman and Batman and Superman, it's like, well, Wonder Woman, I don't want to see her cutting off heads. That's not what Wonder Woman does. But she does. And then it's like Superman, well, he doesn't kill people like Zod and do things like that. But he does. Batman doesn't have guns and hurt people like that and kill people like that. But he does.
Yeah.
Like, pick up a comic book, do something for God's sake. You're gonna read it. Like as a joke, I did a giveaway where like I gave away the entire like Death and Return of Superman thing, and I just threw a bunch of other fun stuff in when we did it for Zack, the premiere of Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was like all these comics and stuff, and I threw in there just like some Zack Snyder specials. I threw in where Superman kills Zod for the fun of it, and and it's like it just Wonder Woman cuts off heads and stuff. It's like it's there if you actually read the material.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with like trying to, I mean, it was funny because even though Snyder like put this whole backstory with the 1854 thing, it's like, but did he think that was going to actually be the case? No, he worked with Patty and said, okay, this is what it's going to be, and end up being. Sure, and that was totally fine. And Zack was okay with that. He knew, like, okay, you want to do it like this, do it like that. And he worked with her, and it all worked out really great. And that's why when leading up to Zack Snyder's Justice League, when people are like, well, okay, so I should watch Man of Steel, BVS, and I'm like, well, also watch Wonder Woman because that's part of it too. Because it was very much a part of it. Yeah, it's not the 1854 version, and maybe Zack kind of goes like, that would have been my preferred version, but hey, I'm going to work with another filmmaker and be like, hey, okay, this is her origin right here. And I'm okay with that. Even though it's not going to be like that R-rated, cut the heads off and blah, 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 and whatever the hell, she's still a badass, and she's still going to do like, she's still that warrior. And that's what I'm going to show in Justice League. And he did. 100%, her getting the final death blow when it came to Steppenwolf and chopping off the head. And even that, it's just funny because when you watch that opening scene with Wonder Woman, you go, holy shit, Wonder Woman 84 just got thrown out the window.
Yep.
With that opening scene, because she's just like, bam, bam, fuck you. I'm going to throw you against the wall. I don't care. You wanted to die. I'm going to kill you. And then the last guy, I'm going to blow you out. It's like,
brutal.
Well, too, Zack knows the rules, though, of creating these properties. Anytime you create something, and I'm this way, too, like when I've written things and shot things with people, is you always, when you're coming up with the stories and you're coming up with what you think you want to do, you put out the craziest ideas. You put it all out there, man. You throw out these ideas that you never expect to actually see through. But in doing so, in pushing out the extreme, by the time it gets made, you understand it's going to get reeled back a little bit, and it's going to end up being something awesome. Right? That's going to push the envelope a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's going to be something amazing. If you start here and you start safe, like where you think you want to be, it's still going to get reeled back. And then it's going to be end up be homogenized, and it's going to be, so if you start out here with this R-rated, she's killing people, she's for the fun of it, she's just a warrior princess who's just murdering people left and right, chopping them down, holding heads up, like, loving every minute of it, drinking their blood out of their skulls, and then it's like, okay, so you get that back, and it's like, no, she's just walking out on the battlefield. She's blocking some stuff. She's, beating some people up. She's, taking care of business. And at the end of the day, she's fighting, what she needs to fight. But if you start safe, then you end up with her, saying, oh, I'm, we're going to fight you with love. And, and it's just, and then nobody's happy. That's the crazy thing is nobody's happy.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you gotta like go, balls out, just go balls out and see what happens. I mean, we're in such a crazy time when it comes to all this because, I mean, as much as like superhero shows and movies have been around forever. I mean, it really got big time when it came to Iron Man, obviously, Marvel Cinematic Universe, when that started in 2008. And now we're like, how many years later? And I mean, I binge watched Invincible yesterday and blown away. Yeah,
I've watched the first 3 episodes.
Okay,
because we started with the family, family, wholesome show for us all to watch, and it's been good. Like it's been good, and they all loved it. My boys loved it, and so but like we got to episode 3, and then everybody was getting tired, and so then we're not going to watch the rest of it until we can all.
No, yeah, I know we won't spoil anything for you because you definitely don't need it. But I mean, it is insane. Like, I mean, it was funny because. I think I even said this with Robert, was the fact that it's like when it started off, I kind of went like the first episode, I was kind of going, all right, this is kind of generic. This is kind of run by the numbers. Like, okay, yeah, we know this, the pieces are there. And I'm kind of going, all right, everybody keeps on like, when I look at social media, everybody's going, oh my God, this show. And I was kind of going, the first episode, I was going, this is run by the numbers right here. But then in that first episode, boom, that's where the series actually fucking started. And I was like, oh, holy.
Yep.
And then it just keeps going and going. And, you're in for a fucking.
I can't wait. Because I've loved the first 3 episodes.
Season finale is, I mean, I was to the point.
I love his face. He's like,
yeah.
I won't say what it is. Dave will know what it is. After the moment, underground. I literally was in my reaction. I'm looking off the side like this. I'm just like trying to process. I'm like, okay,
yes, that
just happened, and that to me is more brutal than the ending of the first episode. To me,
wow.
Because of the story impact building up to that moment and how brutal that is.
There is.
I sat there and I'm like, the opening of it, I'm like, holy crap. Okay, so there's the White House and we see the Guardians of the Globe. Like, this is awesome. Okay, the version of Justice League. And Omni-Man, I'm thinking, okay, at first I'm like, is Omni-Man with them? Because he's with them. I'm like, is he Superman of this group essentially? And then you're like, oh, he's not a part of them. Okay, and all of a sudden, he's destroying them in like that.
Yeah.
And is this okay? People are making comparison. Would Superman be able to do this to the league? And I'm thinking, possibly, if he was to have ulterior motive, like just, I don't know.
And it almost makes it even better. Like when I watch stuff like that, it makes it even more so that I love Batman v Superman. Because it gives so much more weight to things like Batman saying if there's a 1% chance.
Yeah. Then you start understanding Bruce, like why he was being such a dick.
He's thinking about things like this. That's why, like, I know there's some people who don't like it, but I love Brightburn.
Oh,
I love Brightburn.
Oh, so good, man.
Brightburn, man. From the moment I saw it in the theater, I was like, oh my God, I want more of this. I want more of that. And again, I came out just going, man, this makes Batman v Superman even that much more relevant to say, who's going to fight somebody off like this? This is a kid. This is a kid doing this stuff. Can you imagine a full-on Superman just going, screw you all? And then that's what we see in the nightmare sequence. It's like Superman's just like, yep. You didn't save Lois? Guess what? You all die.
It's like the whole thing of that fight itself, the actual fight that goes down. He's like, I understand. He pushes him, just lightly touches him, and flies back. But he still gets up and fights. But also shows that even though he's hit with kryptonite, Superman holds back. He doesn't want to kill him.
I know.
He killed Zod.
Dude, I mean,
but see, that moment with Omni-Man, that's what would happen if Superman did not hold back.
Which is kind of funny because we accidentally started what was it? We started episode 2 first. So we were completely lost, right? We're like,
shit.
What the heck is going on here? Like, what did this is episode 1? Because I had it on episode 1, but I apparently didn't have it highlighted right. And so, like, with the remote, and I was like, everybody's dead. What?
That'd be a way to start off a show.
Oh yeah, like
all
it
these
was
heroes are
like,
dead.
well,
Like,
and at first, and with the reaction to everybody, I was thinking, well, maybe that is how this started off. And then I just hit pause, and it's like, oh, this is episode 2. Okay, well, we only watched like the first couple minutes of it, and so I was like, oh, we'll go back and watch. That makes a whole lot more sense now. Okay.
Okay. You're in for a ride if you've only seen the first 3 episodes. There's so much more.
And I'm telling you that last episode was like, oh, what? It was just,
and they pack so much story within each episode. That is what makes it so good.
Dude,
to me, there's no filler. I feel like there's always something going on.
And I even I even said this to somebody. I was like, I was like, the first episode is so run by the numbers, and so just like, oh yeah, that's how this would go. And then but then I was like, yeah, but then you get to that ending and you go, oh, this is where the fucking story starts. They were just establishing like, yeah, this is how normally a generic like superhero with the
oh look, he's teaching his son to fly, and
you would totally just be like, okay, this is how it starts, and then all of a sudden it just takes a full on 90-degree left turn at 120 miles an hour. You go, you're like, oh, this is where it's gonna go.
And I think that's the beauty of the show, because if that didn't happen, I think people would be like, it's a pretty solid show, but
that's why I respected the first episode.
That's what everyone was talking about when that episode dropped. With like, what in the hell is this show? Because I had no idea what it was, and I watched it. I'm like, this is what this is. Because I'm sitting there going, oh, I mean, it's a TVMA show.
Oh yeah,
here's the version of Justice League, and then they're wiped out.
What I've said is like it's Kick-Ass meets The Boys. But it's also unique in its own. I don't know. There's something unique in its own like thing. But just to compare it to other stories, I'm like Kick-Ass meets The Boys. I would kind of say like a little bit of that, because it's got the Kick-Ass element. I think they even make kind of a joke about that. There's a little joke about that in one of the episodes. I think even like Mark says something about like he I think there was like a loose joke about it. But yeah, I think it's kind of like mixed in with that. It's like Kick-Ass meets The Boys, but then there's just also just like maybe because it's animated and they just have unlimited like, hey, we could do whatever, really. Yeah. I think that's what helps. I mean, as much as like, everybody's going like, well, what would a live action be? And everybody's going like, well, Ryan Porter, who's of course, in Titans. It's like, yeah, you would cast him because he seems like the perfect choice. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but would it lose something live action? It seems like the fact that it's animation, it just kind of
a movie. If it was to cover, say, these 8 episodes, a lot of it would be cut. They don't have time, because each episode's about like 40 something minutes long. We're talking about a 2-hour movie ish.
Yeah.
So
yeah. See, that's the thing. There's so many variables when it comes to like, because everybody, and it's like, no, let's not start talking about the Yeah, I get it. Yeah, Ryan Porter. Yeah, he'd be Potter, not Porter, Potter, right? The guy who played, I'm like, no, let's not jump the gun as much as like, I mean, when I first watched the first episode, I thought, yeah, he'd be perfect for Mark. Yeah, obviously, but at the same time, I'm going, let's not jump the gun though, because. Yeah, it
would work better as a live action series if they didn't do the animation first.
Yeah,
I feel like now you've done animation, that film was going to have a harder time establishing itself, because the animation I think did a great job, even though not knowing the source material. But if you would do a live action series, you're able to cover more ground. But with a movie, that's harder to do, because
it would have to be a series. It would have to.
Yeah, they would have to cut like major storylines, I think, out to have it in the 2-hour window. But I don't think it'd make the same impact. Because all those stories intertwine in some way that pushes the actual main narrative of the Guardians of the Globe and what happened, what's going on with Omni-Man, all that, and then all these other things kind of tie in. If you start cutting all that out for the movie, it's like it's not the same story.
Do you think? Because because I know a few of us have talked about this over time, but Batman v Superman has aged very well. People are discovering Batman v Superman, and especially now after Justice League came out, people are now revisiting Batman v Superman and going, "Wow,
that's why Bruce was a dick." Now he's
right." Like all of us, who already knew this, we were like, we know, we were there, we watched it, and we get it. That's why we were all excited back then, even at the theatrical version, because it was still there. But I wonder if now, like, after BVS and some of this stuff, there's kind of this deconstruction of these superheroes, right? There's these stories. There's stories like Brightburn. There's just stories The Boys. There's this show, Invincible. Do you think that that's why people are kind of now looking back on BVS and kind of maybe taking another look at it a little bit, because they're enjoying these other things. They're actually learning to appreciate that superheroes have issues, and they can have issues, and things can go terribly wrong. And we've never wanted to look at Superman that way. We've never wanted to look at Batman or any of these other characters that way, that they could get to that point, even though it's been explored heavily in comics. Now that we're getting more shows and movies and things like that are dealing with these things, I wonder if that's why of why.
I mean, this even goes to even like Superman and Lois. I'm actually enjoying that show, where I was like, wow. I mean, like, when I saw like the other stuff with Tyler Hoechlin, whatever the hell his name is, I was like, I don't know. I'm not really. But now watching Superman and Lois, they have gone like to be like, okay, what if Superman had some kids, they're teenagers, maybe they have some powers. Who knows? They're gonna move to Smallville because of certain things and everything. And I was kind of going, all right, you have my attention, and you still have my attention. What's happening with the script? It just seems like now, and I mean, again, how many times have we said that Zack Snyder is like ahead of his time? And look at Watchmen. Look at Watchmen. I mean, people are going back to that and going, "Oh, okay, I get it. I get what he was trying to do right there." It's like,
I think to kind of, I've been thinking about your question. I think a lot of people saw the theatrical cut of BVS. When the Ultimate cut came out, Ultimate Edition, a lot of people didn't see it. Because you had to get it on Blu-ray. You couldn't just go watch it somewhere. There's like one night screening they had in theaters, and that was it. Then the theatrical cut of Justice League came out, and I think that turned off everybody that was like, okay, I'll give it another shot. And then, because everyone was hearing Zack Snyder is director of this movie, there was a lot of people that weren't paying too much attention to behind the scenes stuff at that time.
Yeah.
So with the Snyder cut out, and then of course everything you were mentioning of other stuff that has been really changing the genre of superhero and really putting on another spin on it and deconstructing everything. They see the Snyder cut, and then they go, okay, and they go to HBO Max and they see the Ultimate Edition, and they click that one, or they do a little research. Runs, okay, this is his version, his director's cut of Batman vs Superman. Let's watch this now. And I think that's because the theatrical cut and the Ultimate Edition, I think, are very different in terms of how they were cutting it for the theatrical cut. Certain things I think that were omitted really make that film very different in terms of tone and how it comes across story-wise. So I think that's probably what it is. Hopefully, because people are now understanding what he was trying to do, which is awesome.
I know, and that's what I love to see is like when you see on the timeline. Well, first off, I don't know how many times I've seen tweets that said like, "Hey, I was wrong about Zack Snyder. Oh my God, I really enjoyed his Justice League movie, and now I'm going to go back and revisit BVS and Man of Steel, and oh my God, I get it now. He was trying to like work up to this. It's like, sometimes the heroes need to just be challenged before they could be the version that we all like have come to love. And that's, I mean, when Superman just shows up in Zack Snyder's Justice League just to stop the axe, and he's just like not impressed, and then he does this little ice breath thing, which is, I mean, it's so funny because when you go back to Justice and he does the, it's like that is totally bad. Because it's like, oh, we don't like that. but Snyder was like, no, we could do the ice breath, but he's gonna do it in like a cool way where he just goes like that. He just goes like that. That's it. I mean, it was like, because I remember a lot of times we always made fun of it. It was like, how did he know he had the ice breath? When the fuck, when this, that, and this. And now even in the Snyder's version, he does have the ice breath, but he just does it in such a casual, like,
Yep.
And then boom, and then I'm gonna kick your ass.
And he's so much stronger. Like I feel like they tried to make Superman that in the Justice League one, where it's like he just comes in and he's just like, this guy bothering you, and stuff. Yeah. But it doesn't feel earned. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel organic. It doesn't feel just like that it makes sense. But yet Superman coming in Zack Snyder's movie, it feels real and it feels more heroic and it feels like, yeah, you're going to root for this guy. And he's not just, I don't know. Superman just has such a weird state of being in the Justice League movie. I mean, he just, he's
and
trading barbs with the Flash, and he's carrying whole buildings, and which makes no physical sense whatsoever. He's coming in, I mean, but like in Zack Snyder's Justice League, man, he's coming in, he's heat visioning off Steppenwolf's horn. Yeah. He's beating him. That was one thing, like in watching it, this, you watch this movie over and over and over again. And I don't even know how many times now I've watched this movie, because by the time that I've sat down and actually watched the thing all the way through, just had it on, watched it in segments, just had it on in the background. Like there's just stuff that like you just keep coming back to. And it was funny because when I watched it this week, one of the things that really stood out to me is when Superman comes in and he's standing atop Steppenwolf, and he's already laser-eyed his whatever that is off. And then he starts punching him. Yeah. And you hear the whole silo reverberating. There's gong. It's almost like the opposite of the bell has been rung, because it's just Superman just nailing him. And then I love it because then it goes up to Batman up on top, and you still hear that going on down there. And I don't know, it just, it probably means nothing to anybody, but like, I was just sitting there just going,
I love that too.
Oh my gosh, this is like so cool. Like, why am I so just excited about listening to Superman beat some guy off screen, just pummel him. I don't know, man.
It's fantastic. But then what's also cool about that too is like, you hear that the background of that, but also Batman's going, wait a minute, things are not as they should be. I mean, we should be winning, but there's something off. And then all of a sudden the boom tube happens. You see Darkseid, he's going to show up and blah, blah, blah. And then I love the look of Superman when he's like, and he's done, he's looking at the boom tube. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, things aren't right. Like I came in and saved the day, but wait, maybe I didn't. And the look on Superman's face when he just looks back at Cyborg and goes, oh shit, because the whole thing about him coming back was him like, hey, they gave me a second chance. I cannot waste this. They brought me back for a reason. And, he was totally primed and like, I'm here. I'm going to F this guy up. I got this, guys. I'm going to help this out, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden that look on his face when he turns back to look at Cyborg and that concern, he goes, oh, wait, oh shit. I messed up. This is not happening. And it was like, I love
it wasn't just a big bad guy.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a
Superman
bad guy.
I realized it was more than just beating up the big guy with the axe. It was like, wait, I took him down, but it was more than just that. And he, and so you see that look on his face where he goes, oh shit, it was more than just this. That's one of the things I love that look on Superman's face when he just looks back at them like, oh man, right there, he realizes it was more than just beating up the big guy. That's all it was. Like he thought, okay, I got this. But then all of a sudden it was like, oh no, it was more than just that. And it was more than he can actually, even think about. Oh, this is why oh shit, There's just something about that look that he gives when he looks back. I love that. I absolutely love that so much. And then when it of course gets all reversed and then Cyborg yells out for Superman. Oh yeah, boom. I mean, I do wish there was a little more interaction with the League with Superman, but you know, it's fine. There's that hero shot. It's good. But I just kind of wish that there was like a, you know, Barry talking to Superman because that was his hero and maybe, you know, blah, blah. Yeah. But I get it. You know, it's like end it with that hero shot and what.
Oh, and I've even said, man, like, you know, as a big fan of like, I loved every time in the comics where Superman raced the Flash.
Yeah.
Right. So just seeing that even though
one of them.
Yeah. Like, so like, I even said like, that's going to be one of those things that like, even though it wasn't executed perfectly, you know, knowing that was a Justice League scene, you know, it's like, okay, you know, but I gladly trade it for what we, you know, definitely got in Zack Snyder's Justice League, because I just feel like there's so much more there.
Well, I mean, I think that Snyder knew that element of it, and that's why with the resurrection scene, I mean, that's what's so great about that scene is like, he established that, like, yeah, Superman can move as fast as the Flash. I mean, yeah, that's why, like, when Flash is like running, and then all of a sudden Superman just gives him that fucking side look. I mean, that is just so. I mean, I don't know why it just works so much better with like Zack's. I don't know if it's. I know. Like, it just works so much better because when you watch it with Justice, it's kind of like it seems like it's quicker. I don't know what it is. Like maybe they just like trimmed it down. They try to trim as much as possible, but with Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's like it just works so much better. I mean, to the point where it's like, wow. I mean, anytime I've watched it with somebody new, they go like, "Oh my god!" They just like they laugh at Flash's face first off because Flash is like, "Holy shit, he could see me," you know? Yeah. I mean, they laugh, and then it's just like, and then they're mesmerized. They're like, "Oh yeah, Superman can move pretty fast," and he look at that. I mean, that whole thing where he like leaps and he's like trying to put a fucking elbow like in his face, and they both move at the same time. I don't think that was in Justice, where he kind of like does that thing. I don't know if that was
no that, and you know, and I noticed that exact same thing, Dave, because there's like there's a weird element there with that like section with him and the Flash, because like before, they kind of got into it, but the Flash kind of trips over himself and he just falls, and then there is a moment there, but all of that stuff is not in there because he falls into Clark, like you know, at one point because he's trying to dodge and weave and everything, and that whole thing is so much better. I mean, he literally, you know, when he throws off the League and he just goes after him. And you know what? One thing that I love too is I love the interaction between Superman and Batman, because he sees Batman, you know, down the way, and it's like he's like, "Oh, it's on you," and he starts walking towards him, and the whole League tries to intercept him, and he's just like, "Nope." He like,
oh, dude, I mean, that definitely was not in Justice, where like the Flash was like, "Boo," and then Aquaman's behind him, and he just goes, "Whoop." I mean, that was like when I saw that, I went, yes!
He basically matadored him. He waved the red cape at him without waving the red cape. He's just like, "Olay, there you go." And what I love is that, you know, he goes after Batman, and even though I'll admit the callback to Batman v Superman with, you know, like, "You won't let me die, you won't let me live," you know, whatever, you know, "Do you bleed?" or whatever. You could make the argument that it works, you know what I mean, because of their last interaction.
Not with the delivery when he's like,
I know. Not.
I mean, it was almost like
not with missing half his lip there, you know.
The way that Cavill delivers that line, I'm like, was he even serious?
Right. I mean, the line itself. Yeah. But what's great is when he goes after Batman, and it's funny because he's going after, like, at that point, Batman has had a change of heart, because the last time they went at it, Batman was armored up. Batman was prepped. He was ready. Batman went into this like, but you notice Batman didn't bring a tactical suit. He didn't bring like any of that stuff. He's just there. Yeah, he had gauntlets and that was it. And like that saved his bacon, because he was able to put up a gauntlet, and then he had to throw one off, and here comes the other gauntlet. And then the dynamic of literally in BVS, Batman's going to kill Superman, and Lois steps in and saves Superman.
Yeah,
Superman. Yeah, and then Superman's going to kill Batman, and Lois steps in,
intervenes, yeah,
and intervenes
Lois
again.
is the key. I mean, it's right there, guys, right there.
Yeah.
So good, so good, so powerful. I mean, literally, like Robert Meyer Burnett said, this movie will forever be here. We will forever be unpacking new things, and knowing Zack will forever be just talking about it, unveiling little nuggets about it, things that like you never thought of before. Just like the day that he, announced the Snyder Cut was coming. Watching Man of Steel, and he's just like, oh yeah, that moon back there, Doomsday took that out. I was like, what?
Like I said, he has a backstory for everything.
Yes.
You know what? He's probably got a backstory for the fucking cop that Lois gives coffee to, who played Jimmy Olsen in the original.
Oh, I know. What a better role for him too.
Right?
What more of
dude, when I was watching that with my dad, he totally loved that. He's like, oh yeah, it is Jimmy Olsen. He totally loved that. He's like, I love it when they bring actors back. And I was like, yeah, there, because he didn't know. I was like, you realize that's Jimmy Olsen from the original Superman, right? And he goes, oh my God, holy shit, it is. And I was like, yeah.
Much more respectful even than just having him behind the counter there, where the Flash comes. And that scene, oh my gosh, I don't know. That scene kind of ticks me off because it looks like it's cut weird. It doesn't feel, I mean, it just doesn't feel real. It almost feels like a misstep where he marks on the guy's face. It's just,
yeah. It's a weird one.
Oh, thank God for Zack Snyder's Justice League.
That's a good way to end the stream right here, guys. And I appreciate you guys joining in, and it's been a fun night. Definitely been a fun night. Thank you to everybody. Samantha Wynn, for the earlier stream. She was a delight. She was great. And then of course Robert Meyer Burnett, hopefully, I mean, I want to talk to that guy. So many, like I said, I mean, it could have been a whole stream of not even talking about comic book stuff. We were like, I mean, I kept looking at the time. I'm like, holy shit, we're like 45 minutes and we haven't talked about nothing. Zack Snyder's Justice League. I know people want to know his opinion and shit. Ooh, man. But I was loving it because I was like, yeah, this guy gets it. He's in movies, and like, we're sharing a love for John Woo. We're sharing a love for Evil Dead. It was so great. And then, I appreciate you guys for joining in. Definitely a lot of fun. And, of course, the door is always open for you. Let's go around the horn. Go ahead and plug yourself. Mr. Chainsaw Reacts.
It's 3 a.m. I should be asleep. But
yes, I know.
Everything
I feel bad for you.
Chainsaw Reacts, Twitter, YouTube, all that. It was awesome to come back on it's been a while.
It has been a while, and I've been wanting to bring it back because we share a love of Metallica for sure. And I was like, oof, we got to talk more about that.
Yeah.
Especially after talking to Joe Manganiello, and I was like,
oh yeah.
I mean, like when it came to Justice Con, when I was like, oh wait, Joe is a Metallica fan. That was my niche. I was like, that's gonna be our non-comic booky connection. And when I brought that up, I think that kind of, because it was a little rough with the start with the audio issues, and he's kind of a little bit. And then when I brought up Metallica, I was like, and then my last question to him before I brought the questions, and I was like, what would Slade Wilson's favorite Metallica song be? And I shit you not, I was like, it was my yes moment. I don't know if you saw me, because I was like, I think it would be Disposable Heroes from Master of Puppets, because, with Soldiers of War and blah, blah, blah. And that's exactly what Joe said. And I went, yes, that's exactly what I thought it'd be. That or Damage Incorporated. And I was like, yes.
Good choice there too. Yeah.
Yes. And it was just, and that even being like, Joe said his favorite album was Ride the Lightning. That's why he had it on the back of his vest in his latest movie, because that's how I was like breaking the ice. I'm like, all right, so the first time we see you are wearing that. Boom, and that's where we started talking about Metallica and stuff like that. And I was like, nice. There it is.
Well, I'm a huge Metallica fan. I mean, I've been a guitar player since I was 15. Okay, so now, and so one of the first songs I ever learned was Fade to Black. Yes, and look, as a church boy, I used to be able to. I would sit in church and like play lightly under things that were going on, and like all my friends knew that I was playing Metallica licks and stuff like that. None of the gray hairs ever knew, because Enosh was just playing some pretty little thing, man. And it's like, what is that? Is that one? That might be one.
See,
Just saying.
I'm telling you, I mean, one of these days we're just gonna have to have a stream where we're just
Heck
gonna
yeah.
nerd out about Metallica.
Heck
See,
yeah,
now
man.
I did not know that about you,
Oh, dude.
Now I know.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
man.
I'm like,
Oh man, I learned the entire Black album when it came out.
Geez.
Oh man, dude. Yeah, we would do we'd play that stuff live. I mean, still yet, like we bust out Metallica songs in my band every once in a while now. Like we have a female singer. Her and I trade off lead vocals, and it's really funny because I keep joking with her like about it. I'm like, you know, because she's a rock singer. But it's like some of that stuff, man. You just got to get that, yeah, you know,
yeah.
James, man, you have to. You have to.
Yeah. See, I mean, we're gonna have to have a Metallica stream one of these days, man.
Man.
I mean, that's what.
Count me in.
Dude, I mean,
in,
well,
dude.
I mean, when the first time you had you on, it was like, yeah, it was like we talked about that a lot. I mean, like, and I even joked about that with Joe. I'm like, we could totally have a Metallica panel right now, guys, but it's all about this, and then it was just but the fact that Joe was like, oh yeah, Disposable Heroes would be Slates. I'm like, there it is. I'm like, I was like, yes, because
my question to you, Dave, was Cole and Megan in your back room in your backstage studio, like saying, hey. Army of the Dead. They were joking with me because when Batista started talking about Star Wars toys, they're like, bring it back, Eda.
Well,
bring it back.
Okay,
and I'm like, he started talking about Star Wars toys.
No. The only difference, was you had Netflix on your guys' ass.
Yes.
That's the thing. Netflix was all about, hey, keep it Army of the Dead.
Oh, yes.
I had free range to talk about whatever.
That's awesome.
That's the difference. That's the difference because I know there was a Netflix rep that was like, helping out day 2. And luckily that wasn't me. I think I even joked with Wonder Meg. I was like, because she was like, oh yeah, they wanted to keep it strictly Army of the Dead. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that Enosh asked about, Bane and other DC characters. I'm glad he did.
We had like a half hour, 40 minutes, but the
I know
was like I knew off the bat because we talked about it like before it, like he couldn't get into all this stuff about Army of the Dead. And so I'm like, if I could come out the gate with about Army of the Dead now, well, I can't tell you anything about that.
Yeah.
Well, it was nice talking to you.
Look at late night. Look at interviews, press junkets or late night interviews. A person talks about the movie for what? 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You have to fill like an hour. There's no way that you could just talk about the movie for an hour. Maybe for like 20 minutes, half hour, sure. But you got to put in some other shit in there, man.
Well, you got to in those interviews. They don't even talk about the movie for like 2 minutes, and the rest is just random crap.
Well, that's the thing. You got to develop a rapport with somebody too, because they got to feel comfortable with you that they can tell a story about maybe what happened on the set or something like that. And you got to work that way. And they were just teasing me back there, but it was funny. But it was funny. No, we joked about it later. It was just funny though, because like he's like talking about his Ewok village, and I'm like,
dude.
I did not steer him in that direction at all.
But again, they did, they nailed it when it came to pairing people with certain people.
Absolutely,
like when they told me Joe Mang, I was like, all right, let's see, and then the fact that when I was like, okay, he's a Metallica fan. Okay, that's where I'm gonna get him, And then the first thing that he mentioned when he joined before we went live, he was like, oh, I see you have the Spider-Man poster with the Twin Towers in his eyes. That's rare. And I was like, oh, you know about that? He's like, oh yeah. And I was like, okay, we'll talk about that on the panel. Don't worry. And we did, because this is a rare poster that it has the Twin Towers reflecting in his eye. And he mentioned that how he has a poster of that. And then he even said Sam Raimi or nobody from the film will sign that poster because it's so rare. He's like, yeah. And I was like, there it was. So I had two things. I was like, I was hoping that he would recognize that because obviously he was in the movie. But the fact that that was the first thing he noticed when he came backstage. And he was like, oh, you have one of those posters. And I was like, yep.
By the way, Dave, and I don't think I've had a chance to tell you this since then, but man, great job on the recovery.
Oh, jeez. I
of
know when
that
he
stuff,
kept on
man,
saying caterpillar sound, and I was like, oh shit. And the only notes that they gave me behind the scenes was don't move. For some reason, when you move, I think that's what's causing the audio thing. And I was like, really? You're telling me not to move? I even joked about that when we were done. Like when we were done and, Joe was, done. And I was like, whew. And he was like, and I even joked, I'm like, you guys told me not to move. That's hard for me not to be,
We were having the same issues with Dave right before we went on because his guy came in and like at first we couldn't hardly hear him and once he turned it up, cranked it up, like it was like the sound kept happening and then it kept fluttering in and out and then Dave came in and then Dave was fluttering in and out and they were trying all this kind of different things like are we going to just use the laptop audio and everything? It's like what are we going to do? And then it was good and then it stayed good. And I was just like, oh,
thank God. I know when, I was like, man, I was like trying my best to be like, hey, and then Joe sometimes would be like, your audio but the fact that he was on his iPad, I was like,
that's it right there. That's it. Because listening back to it, you guys sounded fine the whole time.
Even they were like backstage going like, you sound fine to me. And I was like, yeah, I think it's, and then they asked like, is he on an iPad? And I asked him, I was like, are you on an iPad? He goes, yep. And I was like, shit.
That's why.
That's
StreamYard does not like iPads. My laptop melted. The hard drive crashed a couple months ago, and I had to use an iPad for like a couple of weeks at least, and it's frustrating on an iPad. And people all of you at home, you don't see what we see. like when the chat just starts going and stuff, and people are like, wait, you missed my super chat, and it's like I can't even find your super chat anymore. I'm trying, So kudos to you, man, because like I said, we dealt with a little bit of that before going on, but the fact that you had that happen live and you brought it back, man, you nailed it, and it was great, man.
Well, I mean, like when it comes to those moments, I mean, that's where I just kind of go like, of course, and then I just immediately go into joke status, and I'm like, let's just make a joke out of it,
gotta recover.
Yeah, exactly. It's like. Yeah. You know what? It's out of my hands. Let's just joke about it. And, it was a little rough. And then we got into the whole thing. And then it ended with Joe raising up his chihuahua and saying, hey, there's Bubbles right there. And he was like, bam. And I was like, there you go. And then, it was all about like trying to connect because I know he was a big D&D fan. I'm not a big D&D guy. And I was like, who knows D&D? And that's why I hit up Steve. And I'm like, are you into D&D? And he goes, no, but I listen to a podcast weekly about it. And I was like, good enough. Steven, you're coming in. You're going to ask a D&D question. And when he did, all of a sudden Joe lit up and was like talking about his game and the people involved. And I was like, there it is.
That's what it is, man. Well, as soon as I asked Dave about his family.
Yes,
because he came in and he was like, I just got my shot. I'm, feeling a little down and everything. And it's like, oh wait, this guy is going to ask me about my family. Heck yeah. And then it was, and then the good parts, of his wrestling career and and all that stuff. I mean,
even with even the day one with Patrick Tatopoulos, I mean, the fact that you had images of you with the Batmobile, I was like, when you brought up those, I was like, boom. I was like, there you go. That's why Enosh was good for Patrick right there because you actually took pictures with the Batmobile. You actually, I mean, both days. I mean, it seemed because you had, also you're a fan of wrestling when it came to Batista.
Yeah.
I mean, it just kind of all worked out, even with all the fucking glitches or whatever the hell, Yeah,
so, it was good, man. It was good. But
it was really well. Anyways. All right, let's go back around to plugging. Sorry, I know it's
that's all right. I know. Yeah, it's 3:30 for me too. Poindexter Lounge. You can find me on all the places, all the stuff at Poindexter Lounge. We're here on YouTube and we do fun streams and we do these epic 4-hour streams as well, 4 or 5 hour streams and talk about all this stuff, in my little echo chamber apparently of SnyderVerse, but we talk about other things too. And so come on over and nerd out with us. We have a good time.
There it is. Make sure you subscribe to both of these guys right here. Chainsaw Reacts, Poindexter Lounge. You guys know what to do with me. hit that like, thumbs up before you leave. Hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff. If you want to join Film Junkee, do that. I'm starting to do, like, you know, after all the lives, I do a post-show video for the members. I did a little in-between the 2 Vodka streams. I think that's what I'm going to be doing now. If you want to join the Patreon, that's where I kind of show what I'm working on, all that stuff. So join that. And then, of course, the Film Junkee Closet with, you know, all the merchandise stuff. New merchandise is going to be showing up fairly soon. And yeah, guys, appreciate everybody who joined. Like I said, Robert Meyer Burnett, thank you for joining. Hopefully he shows back up. Samantha Wynn earlier with the pre-game show. She was a delight for sure. And you know what, guys, you know, this has been a fun night. And yeah, appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you later.